here today. Before we begin, I'm just going to hand over to David, who's a program sponsor from INTEROPen, to say a few words. So over to you, David.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm David Hancock, and I am the vendor co-chair and director of INTEROPen, who is the sponsors of this Learnathon. INTEROPen has been around for about 6 years, and it has been in place to be able to drive the adoption of open interoperability standards, of which what's working in Digital Staff Passport, is clearly a type of interoperability. INTEROPen is made up of the NHS service. It's made up of what is now NHS England, the vendor community, including Tech UK, and standards organisations as well. And it is very, very inclusive. And one of the things we always talk about is about collaboration. Is we're here for the greater good to be able to drive standards. So, for example, when vendors come in, we leave our business cards at the door, and when we come in, so we can collaborate, because we realise that by collaborating, this is not about being competitive, and in fact, collaborating makes the pie bigger for all of us. So we ran our first hackathon, as I say, just under 6 years ago, and as these have developed, we've realized that as we get into more specialist subjects, we actually need to run a Learnathon beforehand, maybe kind of 4 to 6 weeks, to get everybody on the same page, to understand what's going on, to understand the kinds of technology, the problems we're trying to solve, which will then give suppliers, system vendors, system suppliers, the opportunity over that 4 to 6 weeks to digest what they've learned, and to be able to perhaps do some work, not a great deal of work, to be able to come to a hackathon. And the hackathon here is, for us at INTEROPen, is essentially to join systems up. It's not about people getting an idea and just trying to create something. This is specifically about using the emerging standards to be able to show that we can get systems talking to each other. And this allows vendors to sort of not only kind of work out how they're going to do it. We find that after the end of the hack, they typically know how they do it for real in product. So we find these extremely useful for actually accelerating the adoption of standards. So that's what INTEROPen's doing. We have now run about 10 Learnathons and about, I'm probably getting on for 15 hacks. We have done one in this area before, but I think with the certainly the maturing of the standards, which is happening in the for the NHS and kind of staff app and the identity, I think it's very exciting that we can actually do more in this area now to be able to take the adoption of this further forward. So with that, I'd like to hand you back, I think, to Rebecca, and I wish you a very, very useful and productive Learnathon.
Brilliant. Thank you, Dave. That was really useful to kind of give a background on the Learnathon and the hackathon, and it really aligns to our program objectives as well and the way we want to work as well. So that was really useful. Thank you. So before I begin, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Yasmin Asgar-Petrago. I'm a senior program manager within the Staff App program. I've been with the NHS for over 15 years. And in the last 10 years, my roles have really been around digital and change. And that's really where my passion is. So this program here really ticks those two boxes for the work that we're doing. So I'm just going to set the scene a little bit and just give you a little bit of purpose about why we're here today. So we're really here today to test, to introduce our vision and test our vision, and to get your thoughts on that as well. We want to give you some background on the user research and one on our work stream. So what the user needs are telling us, which is been running for the last 12 to 13 weeks. So it'd be really interesting to showcase that with you. We want to explore some of the design principles and thinking and get your feedback on them. And lastly, we want your input into the hackathon, which we're planning later this year as well. So those are the kind of things we want to kind of get out of from today. And some of the key takeaways by the end of today, I really want you guys to be confident in what the program is trying to do, what our aims are, where we're trying to go with it. I want you to go away, taking away some of our user needs, what some of the staff and our workforce are telling us to work collaboratively, to work together in partnerships, really. And we really want to emphasize that. And lastly is to set up a community of practice, so where we can really all kind of come together to kind of solve problems of the workforce and the NHS. So this, I'm not going to talk through all of this slide. I'm just going to touch on a few things. So, one of them, we are here to make a difference. Like David just said, we are trying to work differently. Our objectives are really to work openly in the open and work with you in collaboration. Our program is in very early days. It was established in December, where I was a strong team of one. And as for an introvert, that would be great, but an extrovert, it was a very lonely times. So I'm glad that the team's grown. So we are a small team, but we are still a small team. So we need your expertise, honesty, and we're here in the listen mode. And I know sometimes the NHS is known for we're not really listening. We're telling you, but we really want to change that. And we really want for this program is to take on board what you're saying. Now, what I found something really interesting on LinkedIn the other day was someone, a supplier for patient solutions, said there is more chance of you selling sand to the Saudis than a digital health product to the NHS at the moment. And I thought, wow, that's a statement. So as being nosy as I am, I started looking at the comments, and one of the comments was, we're having the same battle 10 to 15 years later. There was a lot of, we feel your pain, brother, like, carry on, stick to it. But there was one comment that really stuck and really made me think this is exactly how we want to work. They said it's not about the solutions. We shouldn't advocate solutions. It's about service design and changing, and those two come hand in hand. So you can't put a digital solution in place and then the adoption be low. You need to really drive that change and service design at the same time. And that's what we're here about today. And I really want to home in that. We are here to listen to you, and we are here to connect the dots. The last one is we are in discovery phase of our program, which is going until the end of the year. So we're not looking we don't know what at the moment the scope of the program, and the next phase we haven't defined it yet. So we're not here to buy anything at the moment. We have to listen, work with you in partnerships, and really collaborate. Next slide, Rebecca. Oh, so here's me just showing off that my team's grown, and look who we've got here. So it's really just giving you a flavor of who you'll come across, some of these colleagues today, and this is who we really are, and everyone's going to introduce themselves as we go along. And just at the bottom, we know it's a virtual event, so it's a shame that we couldn't see you all face to face. So we do ask that if you can switch your cameras on, that would be great for us to put names to faces. We are going to try to keep to time. It is a tight day, and we've got loads of jam-packed schedule, so we will aim to keep to time. If you're not speaking, if we do ask if you can go on mute, that would be great. And the session is being recorded as well, so you might find yourself, we might publish this on YouTube and other forums as well. So just to make you aware that this session is being recorded. I am going to hand you over to Dave now, who's going to talk through the agenda for the day and the Miro board as well. So if you're not an expert on the Miro board, you will be by the end of today. So, we're offering some free training there as well, which is great. So handing over to Dave now.
Yeah, hi everyone. Can I just check you can hear me, Yasmin?
Yes.
Brilliant. Okay, yes, hi everyone. My name's Dave Neville, as Yasmin just said. I'm part of the programme team with a number of other colleagues from an organisation called Channel 3 Consulting, and I'm helping facilitate a number of the sessions today. The agenda you'll find scattered around the Miro board as well, and hopefully you'll have received a version of this. So I'll just give you a very, very quick showcase as we go through it. We've tried to split the day into 3 sections, really, with a logical flow to it. we're in section 1 now, obviously, where we're going to go through very much the start of the big picture, the vision, the mission, what we're all here to do, building on the themes that Yasmin and David have already gone through, and framing that in the context of some recent user research as well. So we've got our user research team who will close out that session. The second section of the day, after we've had a 15-minute break, is largely around what we've called design thinking, but we're, as you'd expect, we're at the stage of where the program is in terms of being still very early days. The whole point of hackathons and learnathons is it's still a very creative session. So there's a number of things that our architect team and other colleagues would like to showcase to you, test with you. And again, big theme from the day is absolutely get people's feedback on. So there's a short session there where we are asking for input on what Phil and Kieran and others will talk about. But the session also has a big chunk at the end of it there where you'll see there's 3 breakout rooms. And that's where we'll try and get a little bit more theme specific for a good hour, hopefully with colleagues of shared interests and expertise, really starting to dig a layer deeper on some of the problems that we've will have explored before and some of the candidate solutions as well. Hopefully everyone will feel like they're more than ready for a nice lunch break by then. And when we come back in the afternoon, that's when we'll try and bring together everything that we've done throughout the day so far and really start to think to the future now to say, well, great, we've had a little look at problems, we've had a look at possible ideas. What do we now need as a group to turn that into a really viable, useful hackathon? So we'll start by just doing a quick replay of what we've done before lunch from within the breakout, so everyone's got at least some sense of what's gone on. And then we will collaborate together to really explore what we need to do to plan for those next few weeks to get ourselves to a viable hack that is of use to you. And as you'd hopefully expect, we'll close out the day by just making sure we've got any final reflections and feedback from yourselves and some closing remarks. So that's all I'll say on the agenda. If we could just move on to the next slide, please. So this is where we get bold and try and dabble with technology. So you will have seen, hopefully, in the Zoom chat already and on the early slide that we're hoping to use Miro today. I'll come on to Miro itself shortly, but in terms of the context of why we want to look at the breakouts early, one thing we'd like to do is just sense check that we've got a workable split for the 3 breakout sessions that I just explained on the agenda a moment ago. And when I say workable, we're absolutely not looking to make sure it's exactly the same number. But what we don't want to do is make sure we've not got one completely empty room. I would imagine that's unlikely, but we'd just like to double check. When we do the breakout rooms, we'll explain the final logistics of it just beforehand, so it's fresh to everybody. But please do be reassured now that you won't be sort of randomly allocated to a room. The rooms will be clearly labelled in terms of the themes that we're looking at today, and you're very free to go to the room that you feel you can add the most value to. Indeed, that was, from a selfish point of view, that'd be great for us as a programme. I appreciate people will probably have vast interests across this whole programme space. If you could go to the one that you feel that we're most likely to want to squeeze your brains on and insight, that would be great for us. That said, though, the breakout sessions do allow people to move in and out as they go as well. So please don't feel that you absolutely have to lock into one. Next slide, please. So reassuringly, on my screen that I'm looking over to here, I can see there's already 23 people in there. So it's at least working for some people, which is a good start. You should see the links in the Zoom chat as well. So you shouldn't have to just copy and paste it out from, or you shouldn't have to try and type it out from what you can see on the screen. What I will do while people are working on that is I will share my screen. If you just stop sharing, Rebecca, and I'll start sharing mine. So I'm assuming what usually we'll probably have, can everyone just see, sorry, wait with me 1 minute. So can people see a Miro screen now?
That's come through now, yes, Dave.
Fantastic. So with an audience of this size, I'm assuming there's probably some people who are far more expert on Miro than I am indeed, but there may be some people who've never used it themselves before. We're using it when you access. You may find you have to go through a sign-up link. It would be useful to us if you are asked to sign up and put details in. If you could put your name in, that would be great, because that then helps us attribute who has said what as we go through the day. That'd be really useful. So you should have to access. You'll be asked to sign up. If there's a password, that's also in the chat. Assuming that all goes well, you should come in and see a view that looks very much like what you're looking at on my screen. What I'm able to do as a board owner is that I can bring everyone to me. When I do that, if you don't touch anything, this should be working now, that your Miro, if you're in it, is moving around on your web interface as it is on my screen. If you click out of that at any stage, you can wander off virtually again on Miro and do whatever you please. But if you want to stay and follow someone who is guiding, you should be able to. One thing I would like to do, just to give you a quick heads up, at the end of this little mini tour, we're going to try and invite you to start calibrating straight away. So if you can get yourselves in and on board, that would be great. Because the first things we'll look at doing is asking you to do some welcome notes and do that quick poll that I mentioned before about the breakout. So as we're moving around, what you'll see is the board is structured as the agenda is for the day. Each opportunity to collaborate on Miro will be introduced specifically, but we've tried to keep it very consistent. You'll see pretty much every slide, certainly any slide of any substance rather than just sort of intro slides and things, should be pasted on here so that you can put feedback notes on as you please. There are some sessions which are even more interactive, where we've just got some key themes on the board where we really want to just test those and get people to collaborate as best as we can. Just a couple of things to be aware of as we go through. We have got some other people facilitating who will be just sort of refining and tidying notes as we go. What we're hoping, we'd love to have the problem where we've got so much feedback and so much interaction that we actually need people in the background just to sort of shuffle things around and move things. If something's not quite where you thought you left it, please be assured we've probably just put it off to the side to make sure we've got it and we can organise it and use it afterwards. And what we'll try and do through the day as well, just to keep on top of things, is we may lock sections of the board once we've stopped using them. Again, that's just to make sure that we can capture and freeze the feedback as it was left at the end of a session. If you do have any troubles at all, please either just chuck a message in the Zoom and we'll try and get someone in touch with you to try and help you, or indeed speak up if you're in the sessions and things aren't behaving quite as you thought you should. One final thought just on the Zoom admin. It should be the case that you can only really move the things that you need to move, i.e. the post-it notes. So then everything else should be locked down, and hopefully that's the way it'll work. So on that note, we don't necessarily have to do all of this now. When you get a moment, feel free to stick a post-it note of any colour in this space at the top, just to say a little bit more about yourself if you think that would help others on the call to say, as well as just your name and your organisation, why you're here, what you're looking to get from the day, what sort of people are you interested in speaking to, what you're interested in hearing about, and that will be useful for us to keep an eye on as we go through. The main thing we'd like to do now, again, the first, even more bold stray into technology, we're going to try and run a quick poll, literally just 60 seconds. Rebecca, if you could initiate the poll, what you should now see for those who are in Miro is the opportunity to join a vote, and it should just ask you to click on one of the 3 boxes that you can see there. So onboarding, rostering, and training and career management. We're not going to go and join these breakouts right now, but it hopefully will just give us a little bit of a view that we've got a useful enough split between those 3 rooms when we get to that section on the agenda just before lunch. Again, if you're still not quite in Miro yet, don't worry. I can see we've got 30 people. The votes are going up. So I think that will give us enough to work with. The tense 10-second countdown. Right, so we do have quite a skewed split there, but we also do have a few people in training and rostering. So what we'll do throughout the day, we'll see how the breakouts go. I would suggest, I don't know any comments from Yasmin or others. Onboarding looks like it's going to be an interesting hot topic and theme, so that's great to see. There will be some people that haven't yet joined it yet, so we'll assess those as we get to them. But please, when we get to the breakouts, we'll let you know if we want to try and shuffle anything around. But as I said, the key theme still stands. We want to make sure we're getting the best use of everyone's expertise on the day. Right, I'll stop sharing there. I think we've actually finished. If you want to pop the slides back up again, Rebecca, we're pretty much bang on time. We may just take a couple of quick questions, or if anyone's observed anything in the chat that we need to address now. I can't see anything. If that's the case, I will hand over to my colleague Josh, who's going to introduce the next section.
Brilliant, David. David, thank you. That's really helpful to talk through the Miro boards. I was reflecting a couple of days ago. We were on a call with a number of individuals, and we actually risked having to send out blackboards and chalk. So I think actually the fact that 30 people are on here and have gone through a poll already is a one-up on where we were there. So by way of an introduction, my name is Josh Hutchison. I am one of the partners at Channel 3 with the team that are on stage. I've been supporting Yasmin and Marcus alongside some of the other suppliers with this early stage discovery. So just to reiterate, any questions today, please do chuck them in the chat. The idea of this session today is about thoughts from you guys. It's around this value of collaboration, who are pulling all of our ideas together. So first session, in 2 seconds, I'm going to hand over to Marcus Appleton, the program director, who's going to talk a little bit around the vision of the program and wider. We'll then hear from our national colleagues around sort of the wider prospect there. And then we'll take it down to a more local perspective from Andrew Temple. At that point, we're then going to have our first Miro board session. It'll be very exciting. And that'll be the real chance to input on what you've heard before we move forward into our final session, which will be in the morning, which will be from Snook, who are doing sort of the user research and design. So questions in the chat, but really hold them in ready for that Miro session that we'll have in a few sessions' time. Brilliant. Okay, so without further ado, I shall hand over to Marcus. Marcus, the floor's yours.
Great. Thank you very much, Josh. Thank you, Yasmin and David. So hi, everyone. My name is Marcus Appleton. I am the SRO, or the lead for the NHS Staff App program. So my background for the past 3.5 years has been in workforce productivity and workforce deployment. So a big focus on rostering and things like that. We've also been working very closely with the people digital vision and helping to shape some of that. And a lot of our work has been around workforce systems interoperability, because when it comes to gripes about what staff want to do and what staff and what organizations want to see, it's a lot of the time it's about data not flowing and not being able to have access to accurate data. So where are we at the moment? We're in a place where the NHS and its workforce are increasingly using more and more digital systems. Andrew will talk about this I'm sure in the next session, but NHS staff have to access numerous different systems every single day as part of their working lives. And the planning assumption is that this is just going to increase. So there was a study by Gartner, and they said through to 2025, it's estimated that 90% of enterprises are going to be using a combination of web, native, and hybrid mobile architectures rather than a one-size-fits-all approach. And that's really interesting. So it's not saying that we want systems to be, we want there to be a single monolithic system. It's what we're saying is we want there to be a variety of systems that are appropriate and for user needs and are helping people to do the work that they need to do, but those systems need to be able to talk to each other. So what have we got at the moment? At the moment, we've got, if you go back to the previous slide, please, sorry. We've got and the NHS app, which has developed over the last 5 years or so. So this now has up to 30 million users, and it's grown, especially over COVID, and it's become something which started off quite small, but it's actually grown to become something which is more useful. We anticipate that any kind of digital front door or staff or app for the staff would be something similar. So where do we focus initially? What's going to be the biggest gaps that the staff are currently facing, and how can we best meet the objectives of our workforce? So what are we doing at the moment? There's a number of initiatives that we've got running. So I'm not sure whether many of you have heard of the Digital Staff Passport program. So that's a program where aiming to transport identity and credentials for members of staff, doctors in training initially, between different organisations to help to speed up that that process of onboarding when we move between organisations. There's a provisioning of staff access (PASA) program, which Andrew has been leading on along with colleagues in NHS England, and that's granting access, allowing staff to grant access to all systems within an organisation much more quickly and much more easily. There's a workforce system data standards. So this is the really important piece around interoperability of workforce systems. Ensuring that the data standards and the data and the systems are able to talk to each other requires the base work around data standards. There's obviously the future workforce solution. So currently ESR, but the NHS BSA are in the process of reprocuring a new workforce solution. So what's that going to do, and how is that going to be different to ESR, and what's going to happen in terms of the systems that we currently have, and linking that in with the future workforce solution. There's also the people digital vision. I'll talk a little bit more about that in the next slide. But the gap is at the moment that our users have been telling us. So we've been, and we'll go into this in more detail later on, but there's been lots of discussions that we've been having with users, both local and ICB, regional, national level people, and they've been telling us that they want to make it easier to access the different workforce systems that they're using. And they want to be able to bring together the different workflows and the content, and to be able to reduce the amount of times that they have to log on to different systems, and they're able to access that information more quickly, more easily, to be able to spend more time with their patients. Move on to the next slide, please. So what are the drivers for this? So there are numerous different national strategic policy drivers that I've listed there on the left. These include the recently published long-term workforce plan, so retaining our staff and growing the workforce. A really important part of retaining our staff is making their working lives easier, and this is what we're aiming to do. Supporting the workforce with digital tools with the NHS long-term plan 2023, and numerous other things down there on the left-hand side. I'll talk a little bit more about the people digital vision. So this is the program that started about 2-3 years ago, and it's aiming to bring together a number of different programs and objectives and work streams that are aimed on making the working lives of staff easier. And that's from first encounter with the NHS, applying for a job, through to offboarding, so leaving the NHS, and it's everything in between as well. And that's really important because as NHS leaders, we need to understand what our workforce is. We need to understand what the skills of our workforce are and where they're working. More accurate data will be able to lead to better define staffing needs and make sure that we've got the right clinicians in the right place, treating the right patients at the right time, which will lead to better outcomes. And that's ultimately why we're all here. So making working lives of staff easier, so giving them easier access to their working information. How much are they getting paid? Is that pay accurate? Making sure that admin tasks can be completed quickly and easily. So again, their working lives are easier and they can spend more time with patients. As managers, we need to have access to seamless and intuitive workflow tools to complete tasks quickly. And this is more around the work, I'd imagine more around the workforce deployment system, so rosters. How do you know who's working where? Is that safe? And then we need to be able to, when staff move across systems, which has increasingly happened across ICBs, as ICBs become more mature, so how do we ensure that people who are legally employed by a single organisation are able to move between systems more quickly, more easily, using trusted and secure and verified credentials to say who they are? And this is all in the with the idea of maximising this time that staff have with patients. Okay, can we move on to the next slide, please? So what are our workforce telling us now? So there's a few excerpts from the NHS staff survey on the left-hand side. Some really telling remarks there. So 30% of employees on average are thinking about leaving their organisation. 15% on average don't think the organisation takes positive action on health and well-being. 22% on average will look for a job in the next 12 months. So people are leaving their organisations and they're leaving the NHS. So how do we keep them there? One way is to improve their working lives. So seamless processes to make joining and leaving easier. Lots of people give up on joining NHS organisations because it takes too long, it's too clunky. They won't take a bank shift in another organisation because of the processes involved in that, making it too hard. Pushing them towards agencies, which is easier, which is costing the NHS more money, which means there's valuable resources that are being spent elsewhere. How do we invest in our staff more, making sure there's opportunity and access to learning and development which engages them through their career? How can we make that access to all digital workforce systems easy, safe and simplified? We don't want to have to access 25 different systems with a different password for each, with different password requirements for each that constantly change. That's not what we want to do. We want to spend our working lives focusing on our career, focusing on our patients. And what's in it for the organisation? So better integration between NHS organisations. How can you share your workforce in a more effective and efficient way? How can your services be more integrated, more joined up? Having people working within primary, acute and community care settings, following the patient through their journey. And better data consistency, better quality of data. So how can we improve the information that we have at our fingertips to be able to support the productivity and return on investment, which ultimately leads to better use of resources and better quality of care. And this is all in the aim of retaining our staff. Once we have to onboard new staff, it takes time. It increases risk around patient safety and patient harm. So retaining our staff is one of the core goals. Move on to the next slide, please. So where have we been focusing? So we've been identifying the user needs through discussions with local ICB and regional colleagues. And these are the 5 core areas that we've been focusing on in our discovery. The first is the core HR system. Second is communication. So allowing people to feel better connected to where they work. Rostering and deployments, workforce deployment systems, rotas, e-job plans, making sure that those are easily accessed, easily understood, and data is able to flow between systems that aren't held in separate Excel worksheets, for example. Onboarding, how can we reduce duplication, unnecessary form filling and employment checks? Junior doctors rotate every 6 months. So how can we make sure that that is as seamless and as easy as possible? Why are people having to undertake the same mandatory training every organisation they have to go to? And talent management and career progression. How can we make it easier for staff to learn and develop and progress in their careers through specific routes and tailored role and specific training? Just to say that the finalised scope and design of initiatives is not designed. As Yasmin and Josh mentioned at the start, this is very much open, and we want you to contribute and help us to shape the direction of our programme, shape the direction of our thinking, and what will and will not be useful in any further discovery. Can we move on to the next slide, please? So we do have some. We have done some initial discovery around benefits. We want this programme to be really focused and benefits led. So what's the point in doing it if it's not going to deliver benefits to our NHS staff? So we want to improve the employee experience, increase engagement, and increase employee empowerment. People should be able to understand what their workforce data is and should be able to take that with them when they go between organisations. So we want to be able to attract more people to come and work in the NHS, and we want to be able to retain those people when they do join. How do we do that? We make working lives in the NHS better through all the mechanisms that I previously talked about. We want to make things more efficient. So we want to connect workflows, and we want more automation, and we want more standardization. So this is standardization of data, and we want the automation of workflows so people aren't having to transfer data from one system to another, which also increases the chance of error between that data transfer. We know that people are working want to work in increasingly flexible ways. So how do we facilitate that as an NHS? What do we need to do to allow people to work in a more flexible way and manage their time and their working lives more effectively? And how do we increase the confidence and utilization of digital tools? So it's all very well putting digital tools out there, but they're pointless unless people use them properly. So underpinning all of this is system interoperability, and make sure that it's all the standards are data driven. Move on to the next slide, please. So as previously mentioned, we want to co-design solutions for our workforce. Andrew will talk about it more in his next session, but we really want this to be an initiative where we are working with local providers and system providers and suppliers to be able to develop a solution or solutions which will improve employees' working lives. So we want to make sure that any products or services are specifically tailored to address the unique challenges of the goals of the workforce. There's no point having a single size fits all rostering system, for example, if that rostering system doesn't work the same for ward-based nurses as it does for anaesthetics. So we really want to make sure that things are able to be tailored, customized, and they are appropriate for the local workforce, and any data between those systems is able to be used. So a key to success is a collaborative NHS approach. So ensuring a joint vision and engagement approach from place-based organisations through to regional teams and ICSs up to national teams. So sharing user needs and outcomes to enable the development of a solution that's not only suitable, but acceptable by all as best practice. Just to highlight where we are in our discovery. So we've done a lot. We've been through phase 1, which is a lot of the planning and preparation, understanding what's been done already. We've been collating a lot of the user needs and discovery that's happened already, and then undertake further discovery ourselves. And this is where we are at the moment, trying to validate some of that discovery with you, and then trying to look at what's next for the program. How do we develop a solution? What are the gaps, and what would be useful to try and develop? And I think that's it, but I just wanted to say thank you very much for joining today. I know that everybody's time is really, really valuable, and we do appreciate it. And as Yasmin mentioned at the start, we are in listening mode here. We want to listen to your ideas, and we want you to help us shape where we go with this. Thank you very much. Pass back to you, Yasmin.
Brilliant. Mark, so I think it's back to me. So Mark, thank you very much for that. So look, hopefully that was helpful to hear both about the ambition and proposed evolution as we go forward. Some of the points for me from there, Marcus, there's a huge opportunity to both support our staff. There's the retentional side of it, and the core focus around that user experience. So yeah, hopefully that has resonated with you also. Okay, Rebecca, if you could click on to the next slide, please. So we've heard about from the program perspective now. What I'm now going to do is hand over to both Neil and Farouk, who are going to give you more detail on the national perspective and the wider purpose around this program. So Neil and Farouk, over to yourselves.
Great, thank you, Josh. Can't see myself on the screen. Can everyone hear me and see me okay? Marvellous, appreciate that. Thank you, Josh. So lovely to be here, and thank you, Marcus. That was a fabulous setting of the scene and introduction. Much appreciated. As Josh mentioned, my name is Neil Ralph. I'm head of, or I think my new title is Deputy Director of Technology Enhanced Learning. So I run a national technology enhanced learning team. A couple of decades in the NHS, working either whether clinically in the front line or in education and training, and in the last sort of decade running national programs particularly focused around digital transformation around education and training, and are now a team that delivers a number of mature learning services out to the system. And it's great to be part of this and to be part of what's going to emerge to be that community of practice, as Yasmin mentioned. If you move on to the next slide, please, Rebecca. So Marcus, I think, has wonderfully summarized and encapsulated some of the core objectives that have surfaced from engagement by the sort of national teams involved here in through their engagement, communication and conversations with our colleagues across the NHS, across these three domains of onboarding, training and rostering. These are really challenging areas, but critically important for us to make sure that we are working very hard to find the most optimal solutions. And we know we've got to do that as part of a wider community. Again, that's why something like today is really important for us. We must, as Marcus has mentioned, continue to strive to create an onboarding experience for staff that both provides minimum burden, the best possible experience, frees people up to then go off and do the job that they're expecting to do, whether that's in a clinical role or in a non-clinical role, delivering value into their organisation, and does that in a smooth and in a fashion that empowers staff through that journey and facilitates that movement of staff around the NHS, which we know is a real reality, critically important for us to retain the people in their roles and the knowledge, skill and experience they bring to bear. With regards to education training, I think the area that my team and myself, I particularly focus on, we do have a number of services that in train that deliver that to the system, and that's a space that we are continuing to strive to improve and evolve. There are some number of things we want to do in that space that we've been told are important, continuing to really make it easier, linked to that onboarding experience, the access to those onboarding and induction related or statutory mandatory related training resources, but also as people need to continue to revalidate that there's mandatory or statutory training record as well. And then actually, how do we enrich people's experience? There's a significant aspect that sits alongside the actually delivery of care to patients and public within the NHS, and that's the fact that we are constantly needing to evolve and train and educate and grow as individuals, as staff members, to deliver our role effectively, and also to progress in our careers as well. And we need to maximize what we're doing to facilitate our colleagues in being able to do that. And again, there are things we can do to empower them within that space. And then I think that nicely links also to the third domain around rostering or rostering of staff, sorry. We operate in a 24/7 environment, and what we must focus on, and great work's going on in that space, is listening to the needs of our colleagues and of our leadership within the NHS in terms of how we can continue to improve the way we can support rostering into NHS organisations. And again, here it summarises quite nicely some of the key areas that are being focused on. If we can move on to the next slide, please, Rebecca. Thank you very much. So there are some, there's been some good work going on to date across those three domains that this slide very neatly summarizes for you. So the conversations that are going on here today, and picking up on also what Marcus has mentioned, are happening in the context and against the backdrop of existing work that's going on. And again, this is about collaboration. How do we make sure we're influencing that work effectively? How do we make sure we're identifying and thinking about solutions for gaps of which current activity are not at the moment focusing to resolve, or are actually maybe not aware of that need to be resolved? How do we keep improving and enriching our understanding of what the system needs, and then evolving, working together in an iterative, user-centric fashion to provide solutions, effective solutions to them. So the digital staff passporting work, as Marcus also mentioned, that's sitting against the backdrop of I think quite a good understanding now of what's required from the system, set into a framework that's going to enable effective staff movement across health and care sector. Again, though, a challenge, quite a few challenges to overcome to really make that work, make that happen effectively. In terms of education and training, we're running a number of learning services out at a national level, working at a national, regional, local level with colleagues across the system to facilitate access to learning resources. The Learning Hub, which is an objective in the long-term workforce plan, has been in development for a number of years. That's taking over or will become the home of a number of more long-standing national learning services, such as e-learning for healthcare and the digital learning solution that will be moved into the Learning Hub environment. That will continue to be something we iterate with a view of how do we work effectively at a national level with other learning delivery systems that are local level learning management systems, etc., that are being utilised across the NHS estate. Some of the things we're focusing on there that we think are critically important or are being told are important are how we are tracking people's competencies and their acquisition of competencies or capabilities, so servicing their learning needs and enabling them to access the learning that will help them make progress, and then recording that progress. And how do we start to more effectively empower people to be able to have that learning record that they can then move between organisations to again service their continued career progression. With regards to the e-rostering or the rostering side of things, e-rostering and e-job planning, a significant amount of work to really understand what's required in that space to work across colleagues around the NHS to better understand their needs, but also understand where there are gaps in people's understanding and capability, and understanding what a sort of a journey towards greater maturity needs to look like within an organisation in terms of starting to adopt e-rostering, the job planning tools. What does that look like in terms of wider architecture and the need for integration with other systems to facilitate effective data sharing, and so accurate sharing of data in a timely fashion to make sure that effective planning and delivery of rostering can happen. And there's a really sizable community on the NHS Futures site who are working together to collaborate around that topic, and lots of good guidance and best practices emerging from that. So I think lots of rich information here, I think, as we move forward with this sort of mission together to be tapping into and to contribute into this, what's now becoming a wider discussion. Farouk, I think I'm handing over to you now.
Thank you very much, Neil, for that useful background into some of the challenges that we are currently experiencing within the NHS. Good morning, everyone. My name is Farouk. I work as Improvement Lead within the Workforce Training and Education Directorate, and I'm a clinician by background, so I have personally experienced some of these things that we are talking about. And at the moment, I lead as a business lead for data, interoperability and trust frameworks within the Enabling Staff Movement team. So what I will do this morning is to sort of help you to visualize what we are calling the digital front door. So if we can move to the next slide, please. Thank you. So I want us this morning, if we can just for a second, imagine that our local NHS trust are looking to recruit a nurse, a doctor, or a porter, and you've just been appointed, you've just been successful at interview. What would normally happen is that you would have to go through various sets of employment checks, which will include things like your criminal record check, your occupational health, doing things such as infection control and prevention training to make sure that you are fit before you can start work. And those are legislative requirements that we absolutely have to comply with. But at the moment, nearly all those single boxes on the far right represents different teams, different systems, which people would actually at the moment have to log into manually and kind of interact with those different systems. So the future, as we see it, is such that you can log into a digital front door that will be the single point of entry, a single platform into all these multitudes of systems that you have to interact with. Not only that, you will be logging in via what we call in single sign-on, which means at the moment you currently have to keep multiple usernames, multiple passwords. You've got to save the URL to all these different systems. You've got to, quite a lot of things that you've got to do there. All of those are the things that we want to do away with. So it's just a single sign-on. And if you imagine that local organization is organization A, you log into that organization, and you can essentially, interact with all those multiple systems, the instances of those systems for that particular organization. And the reason for this is because we don't want to continue to burden people with the stresses and the frustrations that we know people are going through, as we've discovered personally, me, myself, as well as those the feedback that we've had through our discovery. What the digital front door would also allow you to do is to collect the different achievements that you are sort of as you progress through those checkboxes. You can collect and store those in a wallet, such that when you then decide to move, for example, to organization B, you can then share those without having to repeat that. Already we have some programs that are working to resolve some of these. One of those is the Digital Staff Passport program, but that in itself, it's another, if you think of it as another platform. So what we're trying to do is the digital front door would allow people to be able to just access all these different things through a single system. The key thing is none of these can happen without interoperability. So on there you can see we've got API, we've got data standards, which are some of the things that we're already working on. For instance, we're working on a number of data standards with the Professional Record Standards Body, PRSB, as an enabler for this interoperability of the systems. The other thing is we know that I've seen our colleagues on the call, some people from training or learning management systems, some people from identity systems. While we may all be doing fantastic jobs with our systems as an individual sort of supplier, we think the synergy of all these systems together, is just greater than the individual sums. And that, again, at the start of this call, people were speaking around collaboration, around working together, and essentially that is the ethos of the digital front door as we see it. We don't want to lose people in the NHS. We want it to be so streamlined that we can start to win people over at that particular stage that people are looking to join us within the NHS. But this doesn't stop there. What happens after people have started to work with us within the NHS? Neil mentioned rostering. We want this same system to be something that gives people access to how their shifts have been planned, their job plans, including payslips. So it doesn't just start or end once people have started working with us. It's the entirety of our workforce system where it makes sense for everything to work together in a fashion that is coherent and becomes a simple workflow. I'm conscious that I've only got 5 minutes, but what I will move on to very quickly talk to, if we can move on to the next slide, is that we are already not just talking this talk, we're also working the work. For instance, when we speak about interoperability, we've been working with learning management systems, both third party and learning management system that we have in-house to interoperate, for instance, with ESR. And through that, we've already seen a number of benefits, a lot of hours being saved, a lot of clinical capacity being released back into the NHS. So how can we do more of this? Because we know we don't have sufficient workforce, and we've got to work differently. As I mentioned, we're working to create the right policies, the right governance to ensure that what we're talking about here is something that we can make a reality. So our ask of the suppliers is to, one, if I were to pick a couple of these long lists, is to say, actually, we need to make whatever we're doing here needs to be person-centric, because we know we're delivering this for the frontline NHS who we're here today to represent. Wherever our design we land on needs to be speaking to those user needs. Also, I want to acknowledge some of the challenges that I know that we would face if we wanted to bring all these different systems to talk together as a coherent, via a current digital front door. Is that how do we ensure that John Smith, when he goes via the training system, is the same John Smith that is going via the rostering system or the occupational health system? So how do we tie in that identity of that individual as they move across individual systems? So again, we're looking to collaborate, to listen, to hear from you. How can we address some of those challenges? And I just want to conclude by saying that what we're speaking about here is something that speaks to the sustainability of the NHS. We've got to do something differently. We want the NHS to still be here for us, for our children, for our grandchildren. All of a sudden, this idea of collaboration and interoperability moves away from just a business need. It becomes something that is a social responsibility. And I think on that note, I will hand over to you, Andrew, so you can speak around some of the local needs to corroborate some of the things that we've been talking about. Thank you.
Right, Farooq, I'll just come in there when just while I'm just getting ready, just to say that thank you, Neil and Farooq. That is really, really helpful. Farooq, I really like how you just closed that out there around sort of the generational thing as this moves forward. So I think that resonates. Look, for on the call, hopefully resonated there. Real strong focus on those three main domains that we just talked around. Again, the emphasis really being on that employee engagement, so we drive the right solutions as we move forward. For those who are tech savvy of you who very cleverly took a screenshot of that diagram, again, just remember, this isn't proposed to be prescriptive, but instead inspiring and show the art of the possible and prompt thought process as we go through. So Andrew is now going to speak to us from Lancashire and South Cumbria Health and Care Partnership about the more local perspective. Andrew, are you on the line with us?
Yes.
Wonderful. All the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I think we'll just wait for the slide deck to appear. So yeah, I'm Andrew Temple. I'm a digital program manager at Blackpool Teaching Hospitals, and for the past few years I've also been working on several digital people initiatives. So I have a few different hats in my role. So Marcus, Neil and Farooq gave a sort of national perspective really, but what I intend to do is to set the scene from a local and regional perspective for the digital people landscape. So with regards to my first hat, I have quite a large portfolio of digital transformation projects within my local acute trust at Blackpool Teaching Hospitals. The most high priority ones at the moment include replacing our patient administration system, which is 30 years old, replacing our LIMS system, which is also around 30 years old, but we're doing that as a provider collaborative. We're doing virtual ward schemes, and we're introducing e-prescribing into our trust. So as an ICS, we're also procuring a single EPR. But for the past few years, I've been working in collaboration with NHS England as well on some digital people system initiatives, some of which have already been mentioned. And I don't actually think they always get the focus that they should do. So I have a real passion for these digital people systems. To say they don't get as much airtime as EPRs and things like that, but I think what we've seen and what we will see is that there's so many improvements that can be made to our healthcare economy by improving these systems that actually have clinical benefits. So if we could move to the next slide, please. So my second hat is that Blackpool Teaching Hospitals is part of a provider collaborative. And that's largely the lens that I'll be taking through this slide deck, as there's currently a lot of activity taking place in the provider collaborative around digital people systems. So our provider collaborative consists of 5 NHS trusts, 4 acutes, 1 mental health, and there are other provider collaboratives, including a mental health collaborative, learning disability and autism provider collaborative as well. So provider collaboratives have similar priorities to ICSs, but we're more focused on using scale to drive things like financial efficiencies. We focus on preventative approaches and reducing health inequalities. We want to move care closer to home, but we also want to reduce the variation in the quality of the system across the board, improving the pathways. And we actually think we can deliver world-class care in some areas in the Northwest for many diseases and conditions. And we are actually part of Lancashire and South Cumbria ICS, which serves a 1.8 million population. So next slide, please. So I'm not going to go through every single trust in the ICS. I can only really sort of speak for Blackpool, because that's what I have the information for. But we have several sites and community services around Lancashire, Fylde and Wear, satellite services as well. So if we move to the next slide, we're a medium-sized acute trust. We have quite a big throughput in our A&E. We have lots of outpatient appointments. We have around 800 beds. We have around £500 million turnover, and yeah, we have around 8,000 staff with lots of different nationalities. But the next slide, if we could move to that, really tells the story of Blackpool in terms of our healthcare economy. It has one of the lowest life expectancies in the country, and it has one of the highest proportions of our population receiving universal credit. And I think our digital offices at Blackpool Football Stadium, Bloomfield Road, actually sits in one of the most deprived council wards in our country. So although we're a medium-sized acute, we do have unique challenges in our health services. So I just wanted to give a bit of background about our sort of local and regional population. So if we could move to the next slide, please. So I'll go back to focusing now specifically on the digital people challenges. So what you can see on the screen now, as a provider collaborative, we're not 100% confident in this information that you can see. A lot of it's based on corporate benchmarking data. It's a good starting point, but it might not be 100% accurate. So we do need to do more discovery. We do need to check and challenge the information that we've got. But I think what you can see on there is, given the amount of workforce systems that we have, 51, the spend on workforce systems is eye-wateringly low. Some people might think that it's a good thing that it's eye-wateringly low, but I actually think it's reflective of the fact that we have a big opportunity here to digitize our people, systems and services. And this is often an area which is largely on paper. So we have a real opportunity to introduce benefits across the system here, not just by, of course, increasing the spend, but also by working together efficiently and using up-to-date interoperable digital tools. So if we could move to the next slide, please. So as a provider collaborative, we've been working with NHS England over the past 12 months. We've had several workshops. And we've not started with digital, as I think has been mentioned previously, and work backwards. Digital is an enabler. We've put a large emphasis on discovery of user experiences, and we've done these through 5 lenses. So we've looked at the user needs of employees, managers, HR professionals, technical professionals, and also leaders in our organisations. And we've had several workshops with NHS England present as well, and other stakeholders. But what you can see on there is chief people officers, chief finance officers, chief information officers, chief clinical information officers, and other people digital leads as well. So our sort of mantra is we want to be driven by user experience, led professionally, shaped by our target operating model, and digital is the enabler and not the be all and end all of what we're doing. So if we could move to the next slide, please. So as an outcome of these workshops, We've created a vision, and that's a connected, seamless and consistent people digital experience that empowers our people and releases time for patient care. So the vision was an outcome of the workshops. We've linked it to the target operating model with 5 key areas of focus. So with regards to enabling movement, this is of course things like digital staff passports, so that we can train somebody in one trust and they can move and not have to duplicate the checks in another. Collaborative banks, rather than we're just locked into the trusts that we work in. If we want to do extra shifts. Improving recruitment and onboarding experience. There are lots of horror stories around it taking weeks for ID checks to be done and people having to drive miles across the country to have documents photocopied and waiting for checks to come through. So we can look at tools like remote onboarding and identity verification. Freeing up time. We all know that RPA can free up some administration time, but also I think in terms of freeing up time, we can provision access to systems very quickly, so that when somebody starts the shift, they have all the tools to do the job. So one study, a piece of user research that we did, showed that for every nurse or doctor that doesn't have access to systems during a shift, it can take 3 hours off another colleague's shift, because if they haven't got access to the systems, they still need to access them. So they'll be asking their colleagues to, go and update this prescription on the prescribing system, asking colleagues to order tests for them, and just simply not having access to the systems that they need and the data that they need can cause all sorts of productivity disbenefits or issues. Pay controls. So from the perspective of value, our commercial strategy around purchasing people systems and management of them needs to be better. And we also need more streamlined methods for posting vacancies and claiming expenses, etc. With regards to supporting professional development, yes, we need to increase opportunities, but we also need to standardise training and align curriculums. Every trust seems to have a different iteration of the same course. If we can standardize these, it reduces the workload, and it also paves the way for things like a single learning management system across the provider collaborative. So next slide, please. So we've got all these ideas and we've got this vision, but sadly, the NHS does have resource constraints and pressures that are well known. So as much as we want to do all these things, it's going to take longer than we'd like. So we have to be realistic, and we have to deliver the vision in bite-sized chunks and to priority. So this is still kind of at its early stage. We're still sort of forming as a provider collaborative and starting to implement these things. But the next steps that we're going to do is we're going to be setting up an operational group to check and challenge the findings of a systems baseline as is that's been undertaken in collaboration with NHS England partners. And what we need to do is, we've got this list now of 51 systems. We need to look at those systems in these different trusts, and we need to look at which ones could be single systems across the provider collaborative. For example, could we have the learning management system as a single system? Could we have the collaborative bank as a single system? Could we look at having provisioning systems access as a collaborative? Could we have rostering as a single system? And if we do introduce these systems, what's the commercial plan to deliver these along with the governance model? So we're still forming this vision at the moment. One thing that I can update the group on is that we have taken steps as a provider collaborative to transition to a single payroll provision. So that's happening at the moment. And it's looking like a collaborative bank and payroll is going to be the first set of priorities for our provider collaborative, along with standardizing things like core skills and pre-employment checks from occupational health. So whilst we're picking these things off in bite-sized chunks, there are a lot of non-technical things that we can do to pave the way for digitization. So we can simplify and standardize processes. Once we do that, that paves the way for any sort of digitization and automation. We can also analyze our existing ESR utilization and the options with that, and of course contribute towards the ESR business case. But what we also have an opportunity to do is to align the digital people's work to EPR implementation across the patch as well, and our data architecture. So within our ICS, we're procuring an ICS-wide EPR, and the people infrastructure really needs to sort of mirror that in the sense that if you're trained once in one trust, you can go and work in another trust, and you don't necessarily have to be trained again. In addition to that, we can use the trust that we get from robust identity checks to sort of foster trust frameworks and data sharing, not just amongst a singular ICS, but also across several ICSs. So, if you get injured in Blackpool on a stag weekend, for example, and you come from Southampton, you can trust the identity checks of the doctor in Blackpool who wants to look at your shared care record, for example. So it's going to take a long time, and it's going to be in bite-sized chunks, but I think we've really got this vision here, and it's sort of how quick the NHS wants to move towards resourcing this. So if we could move to the next slide, please. But what I think we've got here, with the skill set of people in the centre, people in Lancashire and South Cumbria and other ICSs, I think we've got a real sort of community that's building around people digital innovations. And we have an opportunity here with the staff app to bring a lot of these things together, using all the learnings that we've had from previous programmes. And if we can tie all this into a single front door, that users don't end up with 12 apps on the phone and 12 things to keep updated, and we can access it through this sort of singular portal, we won't end up in a situation where digital solutions become as burdensome as the existing paper based methods that we largely have at the moment. So a couple of examples where we've worked with the centre over the past few years. We've highlighted the lack of interoperability, and we've worked with several ICSs to look at how exchange hubs and common APIs between rostering systems and bank systems can resolve a lot of these problems. Where we've highlighted that if there's inefficient onboarding processes and the policies don't necessarily match the tech anymore. We've seen that digital staff passports and remote onboarding and digital identity checks are able to enable rapid and safer onboarding and higher levels of trust than paper in some instances for accessing data. And where we've highlighted that there's too many systems, too many different standards, too many different policies, resulting in a delayed or lack of access to systems and doors in trusts, affecting our productivity. We've been working with the centre to look at new provisioning and log-on capabilities to enable staff to be able to access the data as soon as they start their shift. So really, in all of these initiatives, we've started with the frontline user need, which I think is a sort of theme throughout all of these things. The trusts and the ICSs have articulated what we need from the centre, and I think there's some really good examples here where we're using that collaborative approach and scale to solve these problems collectively. So yeah, there's a few ticks there below, but I think these are really important in the digital space. So yeah, collaborative approach and not a sort of top-down approach. Of course, user input in the user research, which is really important, and the feedback, but really multi-vendor collaboration, open standards, open APIs. This is in INTEROPen, of course, and that's why we're here. And then it all needs to hinge around security, putting the user in control of their own data, and also privacy by design. So yeah, that's brilliant. All from me. Thank you.
Andrew, thank you ever so much for that. Look, I take the snap on the wrist there for bringing us over time, but I didn't want to cut you off there. I think, to hear from Neil and Farouk yourselves initially on the national, then to take it to the lower level, hopefully that gives everyone on this call, a low more detail than previous. So we're going to move on now to our interactive session. So firstly, to everyone on the call, thank you very much for listening. There's a lot of information there. I promise the rest of the session today is more around that collaborative approach. We've got our breakout sessions. But what we're going to have next is, my colleague David is going to share the Miro board, and we're going to do 2 parallel activities. So I can see lots of small arrows going around on the Miro at the moment. So the first activity, so look, you've heard from the NHS and core teams here around, the perceived vision, the desire, where we're looking to go, but we're here to hear from you. So there is 4 core questions that you'll see, and when David shares the Miro board, he'll be able to do the thing we talked about, real zoom in, so you can see. So the 4 questions are: do you think this vision works?
Sorry to Rebecca, if you could just stop sharing the slides, I'll pop the Miro board up.
Thanks. So the first question we've got around is, do you think this vision works for the staff? You're a customer and a citizen and of the NHS, and you manage staff that work inside. Do we think this works for those staff? The next one down: does this vision work for managers, for sort of more the operational side? Is that something which is viable in terms of a vision? Does it work for your organisation you've joined today? And then does it work overall, looking holistically for the NHS? So there are 4 reams of posters you can put on. So the yellow ones are other user-related needs. We'd love to hear from you. The green ones, the more solutionistic ideas around what it could look like. The purple ones, your general feedback and observations. And then the pink ones, let's talk about the obstacles and blockers. Let's not be naive to the fact that, this is a difficult task at hand. So if I can ask everyone to start moving through and filling those in parallel, what Marcus and I are going to do, and predominantly Marcus with his knowledge and pulling in national colleagues, is we'll use this as an opportunity, as a bit of a Q&A to field some questions. So Joe, we'll go through yours as we've seen. The one thing I just want to call out quickly to our Snook colleagues that are after this, to Raquel and co, we'll make sure there is enough time to go through all of your stuff, so don't worry about the timescales on the agenda. Okay, shall we kick off then with the question that's come through from Joe initially, and we'll take guidance on who's best to answer this. So, do you have any idea of the installed base of workforce on boarding, rostering software out there? Are we going to build on that or replace it? Joe, is there anything you wanted to add to that before we filled it to the group? Joe may have taken the timely toilet break right at the time that I've introduced him, so apologies to say. Marcus, from your side, or national colleagues, who's best to take that one?
Sorry, guys, bit 2021, but I was on mute. Can you hear me now?
Not at all. Yeah.
Just a lot of what we're talking about today, I feel there are solutions out there. Have we mapped them? The sort of Messly and Credentially, these software solutions for onboarding and for moving, checking identities, passports, etc. They're already out there. Have we had a look?
So should I start on that one, and I'll probably bring in Farouk for some of the detail about how we interact with some of those services for things like the digital staff passport. So yes, we do know what systems are out there at the moment, and we are using some of them as part of the tools that are being developed to help staff move around systems more easily, for example. So there's lots of bits around it. So there's the systems are one thing, but then also the bits around it, and this is the broader kind of enabling staff movements program, is around how can you make processes and policies more consistent. So how do we know what is trusted? How secure is that? Can we interoperate with it? Can we get the data out of that system and into the other systems where it's needed? And how can people carry that data around with them? Farouk, do you want to talk a little bit more around some of the work that you've been doing specifically around identity and credentials within the digital staff passport?
Thanks, Marcus. I think it's a good question. So thanks, Joe. I think the best way to answer that is to say, yes, we have looked at them. We are continuing to look at them. I think one of the reasons why we've scheduled this session is to again engage suppliers who are doing some of the things that you have mentioned. I think the sort of direction that we're trying to go is such that we want to be supplier agnostic, so we don't want to stop or sort of have any sort of major impact on the way that suppliers are currently working. One of the things that we're keen on is how does that experience look for me, who is a nurse, who is coming to work without having to go from, say, credentially to another supplier to do something else, to do other things. So that, I think, is sort of the crux of what we're trying to address here. Is about how do we bring all these different systems together to work together in harmony for the benefit of me, so that I don't have to waste time, the administrative staff don't have to waste time, and everything is just in one place. So I hope that answers your question. So we are encouraging the likes of Credentially and others. I think the other thing that I should add is that NHS trusts are free at the moment to choose what supplier they do want to work with. So today I may choose, if you start a company, for instance, I can decide to go with you, and Marcus may decide to go with Credentially, and on it goes. So what we're trying to do is about, and there may be valid reasons for that, why people may want to choose suppliers that they think serves their needs. I think the key thing is about, irrespective of who you choose, what is that experience like for the frontline staff, so that they can sort of go through the different sort of workflows that they do need. And I should add, although that we're talking about onboarding and rostering and training, it doesn't just stop there. I think there are many other workforce systems we'll be looking to do something similar. I hope that answers your question without going into too much details, but I think that is the gist of it.
Thanks, Farouk. But it's just that, having been 20 years in this space now, the NHS has a habit of riding into a vibrant marketplace and shutting it down and turning it into monopoly. So I'm just raising that concern.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, Joe, I hear what you're saying, and it is something that we are very, very aware of, and we're very keen to avoid, because we are also very aware of some of the impact of having a monopolistic supplier on a particular marketplace has for both the systems, the costs, and everything else associated with it, and the development of different products. So that is something that we are very aware of, and that we are doing everything in our power to avoid.
Good to hear. Thanks a lot, guys.
Great question. Let's go on to Matthew Law's question then. So this was around, do we have visibility on the new ESR system, whether APIs are mandated requirements for third-party system providers to be able to interoperate? Matt, Matthew or Matt, do you want to build on that at all? And then we can see what we can answer there.
Yeah, sure. So basically we at Improbata, we have kind of provisioning solutions, and we take that ESR data and we go away and create, all the network accounts, the application accounts across all the different systems. The feedback we're getting from customers is that ESR data can only be kind of output overnight into a data dump, and they want that in real time. So they want to be able to, as soon as that person's put into ESR, that we then trigger off and create their identities across the organization instantly. And we currently do that for locums and junior doctors and things like that. But for the ESR data, that's a current limitation.
I'll agree. Who'd like to field that one? Farouk, is that a helpful one for you?
I think, I can say a few words very quickly. So I think, another useful point, and I think it's something that we are already aware of. I think, I don't work for ESR, but I'm confident that they are aware of their limitations. It's one of the areas that they're looking at. And I think based on several feedbacks to that effect that we've received, based on the discovery that I know the future workforce solution or the new ESR have done, that is something that has been fed back. And I think the new ESR will definitely be looking at how we address that particular problem. I know there's still a lot of sort of processes that are that we're undergoing at the moment, but I think that point is being considered, and I think I'll be very surprised if we don't resolve that with the new ESR product.
Okay, just to build on that a little bit. So yeah, it is one of the core requirements and around the future workforce solution. And we do have people from NHS England who are some of who are part of this call today, who are going to be part of the panel assessing bids and things like that. So yeah, and those requirements are very firmly set out in the discovery that the BSA have done around procuring the future workforce solution. In terms of the current ESR, I mean, you can only work with the system that you've got, and I don't think there are huge plans to develop it much further to be able to get access to live data. So I think in terms of what we've got at the moment, the overnight data dumps are likely to be the best options. Although there are some APIs into it, but it's still overnight.
Brilliant.
Thank you,
Marcus. Thanks for that. Matt, just on that bit, some amazing points there. If I could be so cheeky to ask you to put some of those on the board as well. We've jotted notes, but some really strong points around the APIs. Okay, last we've got on the comments here, then what we're going to do is we're going to move across the board, just have a quick chat through. Marcus and I will help facilitate some of that. So Kevin, if we just use this as a last question. So you mentioned that the login with NHS.net, can we look at getting whoever manages it to switch it on? Can you give us a 20-30 seconds on that, and then we can have a chat through that?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Kevin, yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I am Kevin, the CEO at Start, which is Roster and Job Plan Company. So take my background. There's on NHS.net, I think we're all familiar with logging with Facebook, Twitter, Google. That flow is actually available on the NHS.net setup with the email. It's a few button clicks away. For my company and probably many other companies out there, the ability to find out who somebody is immediately is probably stage one of all of this. Who is this person? It would be great if we knew who that was, and we could encourage them to use it.
That's really helpful, Kim. So sort of a statement there around it, and sort of I suppose part of the users and the requirements coming forward. Marcus, colleagues, anything you'd like to add to that? But Kevin,
I think Phil.
Yeah.
Phil's struggling. Yeah.
Sorry,
yeah.
Phil. Cool.
So yes, on this one we are talking to that team, and what we want to do is, as staff on board to Blackpool or to other organisations, then we do want to integrate with the login mechanism underpinning the NHS net, and particularly NHS Mail. So what we want to do is take forward that collaboration with that team, with the suggestions that are emerging here, and explore what perhaps as part of the hackathon, how the different pieces could come together to achieve the benefit that you're touching on there. So this is where we want to sort of follow up on exactly this type of input and shape where multiple parties need to work together to address this.
Excellent. Phil, thank you very much for that. Can I just now, time-wise, what we're going to do is just spend 5 minutes, and I can see there is loads of people. This is great on this board here. David, would you so kind to share the Miro board again? And Marcus, if you're happy to do a bit of a double act here, what we'll do is just go through, pick some of that and just chat through some of them, and those who have written about them, if you could come in and speak about them as well, so we can build on them, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, just in the background, Josh, I've been just trying to collate a few that I think there's loads of really useful comments and ideas. These four, I don't think we'll get through all four. They're all quite big questions, but there's any there in particular you fancy? There's one about just streamlining the vision, something about how it works commercially, something about bringing people on the journey, and the idea of a learning passport. It's been talked about for a long time. So take your pick from those big four chunky ones.
Well, look, we'll take a hand. If a hand you can see under the reaction, but if someone who's put one of these wouldn't mind chucking their hand up or wants to just chip in, would love to hear just a 20-30 second build on that. We can chat through it. Anybody feeling brave?
I don't know how to put my hand up, but I can talk.
All yours, Danny.
Thank you. I wrote the post-it note about taking people on the journey. So I'm very aware that we've got trusts and ICBs and ICSs all over the country who have a fair degree of autonomy when it comes to their IT estate and their systems and processes and things like that. What's being talked about here, which to me it appears to be incredible common sense, is one way of doing things, particularly because of the desire for mobility between trusts and so on. But I know there's a huge amount of small p politics around central control versus local autonomy. And there's only so far that central can go to actually tell local what to do and how to do it. So what's the thinking around that? Because something amazing could be built, but then just not get adopted because the local teams don't do the last mile of actually plugging it in and so on.
Yeah, Danny, great question. I've certainly got a thought map, but we'll pass it to colleagues first. Marcus, anyone you'd like to say that, or pass it over to another colleague? It's around the, getting the buy-in from that more sort of, we can build a solution at the national level, but it comes down, how do we get that system level buy-in to part with data and things like that?
Yeah, and that's where the model that Andrew has been talking about really comes to fore, doesn't it? So we're not trying to create a solution nationally in a little tower along way from other participants, but what we're trying to do is work with organisations locally to understand what they can and what they can't do, how they need to do it, and then use that as a blueprint or a template to be able to, for other systems and other organisations to be able to roll out for them locally. There are always going to be local challenges and local differences that are going to need to be overcome. So a single solution and a single blueprint nationally is not going to be able to work.
Marcus, thanks for that.
But there are some things which are national.
Okay.
So, for example, ESR is national.
It is.
Although with various vagaries, it means if you work in lots of different places, you have several ESR IDs, which is kind of a bit bonkers and something we need to move away from. So I guess, how does one deal with the autonomy that people locally understandably want to have versus the value? It's brilliant hearing what Andrew was saying earlier about wanting standardization, wanting, the silliness of every trust having a different version of the same course, right? So clearly there are some people like Andrew who really see the value in standardization and are willing to give up some autonomy for the benefits of standardization, but everyone is the same.
Thank you. Can I come in on that very quickly? I think you're raising very, very good points, and this is why what we're trying to do here, we don't often look at it as something that is just technical, but I think there's also some cultural change that I think needs to happen, and that cultural change is not about don't do things autonomously, but actually about how do we collaborate. And I can think of an ICS in the country where they're using the likes of different learning management systems, including the e-learning for health platform. And over the last few months, nearly all of those trusts within the ICS have managed to establish an interface between ESR and e-learning for health and the various third-party systems that they're using. And what that now means is that when you're working within that particular ICB, you can move with the confidence that your training is automatically transferred with you from one ESR instance of ESR to another. So what I'm saying is, when you speak about that autonomy, I think that is correct. But part of the reasons why people haven't been collaborating is because why do I want to do something when I know the benefit is for the next NHS trust down the road if they're not going to do it? And I think that's where we're approaching this slightly differently. I know we've spoken about a number of things here, but underpinning all of these is us at the national creating that enabling environment that supports collaboration, encourages people to work together in a way that works for them, whatever that might look like. So we're not attempting to prescribe a supplier or an approach. It's about how can people work together, doing what they're doing, but thinking about the collective benefit at an ICB level, which then, of course, sort of becomes bigger into regional and across national. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but I think it's one of the best shots that we've got at the moment, and that's the current thinking of addressing that.
Ruth, thanks for that. Sorry, Yasmin, you want to come in?
I think Neil wanted to come in before I did. Sorry.
Is that thank you, Yasmin? Very kind. Thank you, Josh.
Yeah, of course it is.
I just wanted to pick up on something Fruit mentioned there, because people are talking about, for instance, there. I think it's an example of using sharing online learning, e-learning resources as an example of how collaboration can work, and I know that can work across other types of whether that's resources, guidance, or whatever it is that enables people to create more consistent approaches within an organization, an ICB, or working between ICBs and between organizations. And Fruit mentioned the integration piece we've been doing with some trusts in the Team Eden for Healthcare Hub, and eventually the Learning Hub, and ESR is a great example. But I suppose the bit that resonated with me is people talking about the challenges of collaboration. And in fact, what we've got actually is a really good appetite for collaboration that we're immersed in within our learning and development and education community, and I'm sure it exists elsewhere too, where we already have organisations actively pursuing whether there's a national piece of e-learning, and if there isn't, whether there's a regional piece of e-learning, and working with us and their colleagues as part of a wider L&D community to make sure we're being as efficient as we can as sharing that around. And I think so there's an existing appetite and enthusiasm for doing this. And I suppose for me, I think I'd reframe it in terms of there's just always more we can do. There's always more we can do to make sure everyone's in the loop in the relationships and the connections and the sharing of resources and managing that safely and effectively between organizations to help us continue to refine that and make it better. But we're not starting from a blank sheet, I think, and there's just there really is great enthusiasm, already great work in place to build upon across the NHS in acute care and primary care and wider.
Neil, thank you very much for that. Just conscious of time, but these are great questions. Shona, we'll come to you next and suggest what we're going to need to do is move on to Snook's user research. Just for everyone in the group here, this conversation doesn't end here. As we go into our breakout groups, very different. As part of the breakout groups, we'll bring some of these questions back in. Shona, did you want to come in?
I don't want to take up too much time because I've said it on the post. I think that I remember 20 years ago having conversations about streamlining learning within the NHS, and that's kind of a gift of the NHS is to solve. You don't need a digital solution to streamline learning across the organisations, but 20 years later it's not there, and it just kind of shows the challenge of that collaboration or not able to collaborate to some degree. I'd actually love to see that solved, because I think it would prove the point that there are processes that can be changed here that don't need a technical solution that will absolutely help drive its agenda. I did say on one of my notes, I think the vision is a little muddled, and that's not that I'm fully on board with it, because I absolutely am, and I think that where you want to end up in 5 years or 6 years or whatever is a fantastic vision, but it is slightly muddled. Is it about sign-on? Is it about the digital application? Is it about learning and all the other pieces? And I absolutely see that those are all stepping stones to the journey, but they're also items that probably need their own thought processes and workshops and solutions that then maybe drive together. I think data is the key. I think data standardization and to some degree centralization needs to make that happen.
Shona, that's amazingly helpful. I think the bit around the standardization data there, absolute must, and the wider. going to say the same to you if it's all right. Anything as well on the board, that would be lovely on that, just so we can really build that out. Just not to shut it down there, but any comments from anyone there on that from our side, or are we happy to move across to the user research and SNOOC? We don't want to shut this bit down, but just conscious of our time.
Josh, can I just
Go on,
if
yes,
that's okay?
please.
That's really good comment, Shona, and it's exactly what some of the findings of our outcome of the research that you're going to hear in a minute. So the research that was undertaken was saying exactly the same thing about what you just said around processes. Some areas are piloting the people digital vision, and so far it's been piloted in 3 regions, and it's going to grow to the rest of the regions as well. And one of the roadmaps to achieve that and what good looks like is around processes, and these ICSs and ICBBs have kind of come together, and they're making a commitment that they're going to look at their processes, and they're going to look at their standardized, and they are going to kind of, because there's no point having 20 different processes to do the same thing. So that's one of the commitments they are making under the people digital vision, is to kind of streamline those. So that is a while away, because like I said, they have just been piloted and they will be rolled out further, but just not to lose sight of what you said. And I think when our user researcher comes at SNOOC come in to showcase some of the findings, it's exactly going to be what everyone's saying here. So on that note, I think we can hand over to our new discovery work team, so our discovery partner SNOOC, who are going to go through some of their findings from their research that they've been carrying out over the last 13-14 weeks. Is that Raquel? Whenever you're ready.
Yep, sorry, I was not on mute. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for your time this morning. I'm a user researcher at SNOOC, and I'm part of a wider team that conducted this research, but today with me is my colleagues Natalia and Holly, service designers, who will introduce themselves later and as well present some content to you. So I'm aware it has been a quite content-heavy morning. I also have some slides to go through with you and present in more detail some of the topics that have been mentioned by presenters earlier today. However, do bear with me. I hope to capture your attention with this. And yes, we'll looking to provide the details so it's can have more information for the workshops as well. If you don't mind, I will take my camera off just to avoid any internet complications. So again, we started this discovery, so it's a research on 2023, sorry, and we focus on the staff experience using workforce systems. And you can move to the next slide, please. And then the following one, thank you. So this is a research that builds on other research that was conducted on 2019 and 2021. We did expand a bit more on the topics there and focus on onboarding, working life patterns, and training. Our goals here were to understand how we might improve users' interactions with non-clinical systems that staff use, again, from these points of onboarding, training, and rostering. So we'll make the distinction at some points where we're talking specifically about rostering or with other elements as well. Part of this research was also to identify and prioritize opportunities to explore in alpha, so meaning how we take these findings to then develop ideas that could be prototyped and tested. So we also, we use the following objectives as well to guide us on how we meet these goals. So we wanted to understand the day-to-day individual experiences of onboarding, training, and rostering, and identifying the pain points and areas of opportunities. We wanted to understand the challenges, barriers, and opportunities that organizations face at the ICS level in running these different areas, and also to identify considerations for implementing a digital front door. So a bit of the approach of this research is qualitative research. I'll go a bit more into detail into that, but the focus was that we did talk to different staff and have more that one-to-one conversations to get more insight into their experiences, but we also wanted to capture a bit of what you've all been talking about now, and what happens more at that local and national level, and what are the considerations and complications that happen there. Next slide, please. So who did we speak to capture the widespread of perspectives of experiences within the NHS? We spoke with a total of 42 NHS staff members, so from different roles and regions. So within the roles, we talked subject matter experts. We also spoke to providers who are people who take more a managerial role, ICS leads, and as well as clinical and non-clinical staff. So within this, we had a mix of them having fixed or shift-based work schedules, just to get more insight into, you know, what is their day-to-day activities and how that context influences them. We had a representation from across NHS England, so either from London, from Cambridge, from Newcastle, Manchester, Leicester, different areas as well. Thank you. Next slide, please. So from our methodology, as I said, our approach is qualitative, so it's not quantitative, meaning that we do not focus on a statistical representative sample. Rather, we want to focus on having in-depth conversations where we gain more insights into participants, in this case staff, day-to-day lives and reality, identify their context, you know, where do they work, how do they get to work, what types of tools are they using, what is their surrounding like at the moment. And through these more in-depth conversations, we gain a lot of insight into the workarounds that they have, frustrations, and things that might not pop up if we have just you know, a survey or a more quantitative approach. So from this, our main research methods were desk research, as I mentioned before, subject matter expert interviews, in-depth interviews, this was with staff, and we also ran some internal NHS workshops. So here are overarching questions. So again, these are not the questions that we directly asked participants in interviews, rather these were like a guide for us to frame the research. So we looked at what are the main workforce digital systems that they're using, how do these systems feature in the different areas of onboarding, training, and rostering, what are the challenges associated with these. Also, we did explore a bit how staff envisage the future of digital tools and what are potential considerations, again, for the digital front door. So with this, what we looked at is after those over 30 interviews, we started to look at patterns and things that came across the different participants. With this, we did an analysis and synthesis process that we were able to capture rich insight from that I will present to you in a moment. From these findings, we then translated that into user needs. That is a way of having a more like concrete, like what is the issue, who is it affecting, and how. And then from those, we then went on to create hypothesis that is a bit more as steering towards a solution to address those user needs. We also created in detail maps, which my colleagues will present to you in a moment, well, a bit after this presentation. And yes, if we could continue with the next slide, please. So again, we have a series of research findings. Next slide, please. We will not present all of them. We have just selected the ones that are more pertinent for this session. However, they do touch upon the different points of onboarding, induction and training, working life patterns, and workforce systems. Thank you. Next slide. So focusing on IT workforce systems. Next slide, please. So this is more a bit overarching. Our first finding is around how limited access to computers on wards is a barrier to workforce and clinical work. So what does this mean? Many clinical participants who work on wards have expressed concerns around the lack of availability of computers. Additionally, there have been reports of faulty computers, slow network speeds, as well as instances where the VPN is down, which all contribute to difficulties using workforce systems. So again, this finding is more around the actual elements and difficulties around the hardware for them to use these systems. An example of how this affects them is that some learning management systems are only accessible via work computers, which makes it difficult for the clinical staff in these settings to complete those mandatory trainings. Also, with reduced access to computers, it makes keeping up with emails and training reminders difficult, because in the clinical setting, it's not something that they're going to do in a day-to-day. And it was really echoed by participants that their main focus is not more these admin tasks, is rather attending patients' needs, which takes priority. Some clinical participants did receive a work-issued iPad, which contains older workforce apps. This offered them a bit of flexibility. However, which this flexibility is welcomed, others expressed the concern over the fact that mobile app versions of workforce systems tend to have reduced functionality when compared to the desktop versions. And as well, some were adverse to the idea of like using their personal phones, as it's seen as a cross of personal boundaries. So again, it's the element of how access to this hardware, or just the actual, you know, the hardware working well, is a barrier. And as well, if other options are provided, that these are not necessarily providing all the functionalities that they need. Next slide, please. Another one, and I think this is like the hot topic we've all been looking at, is the lack of interoperability between workforce systems as a central pain point. So again, this is something that we already know, and I believe we all relate to as well in our different workspaces, is that staff have to create multiple accounts, logins for different systems, and therefore need to remember multiple passwords. Many remarked that handling different logins and passwords for each system was frustrating, because this increases time and the friction when accessing these systems during their day-to-day. And this is most common amongst clinical staff. Some systems requiring codes or PINs with two-step verification adds to the burden, as well as inconsistency in formats required for username and passwords for the systems, and trust email addresses makes remembering and entering these details more difficult. So basically, as a result of this, some participants are resorting to unsecure storage of their logging information, such as their emails or even physical notes. Many participants as well mentioned frustrations around the issues of systems not speaking to each other, both within and across trusts. This leads to duplication of tasks that consistently reduce time that they could be spent attending patient needs, which again, has been iterated as their priority. So an example of this is that some participants highlight a need of interoperability between rostering systems, ESR and System 1, so that they can spend less time on these administrative tasks, for example, manually blocking their time out of their work calendars. Additionally, some participants expressed frustrations around having to navigate multiple systems, each specializing in something slightly different, just to achieve basic outcomes like ensuring that they were getting paid correctly. Some participants did describe that the use of smart cards significantly improved their experience in accessing systems, but then this is not apparent that is widely used for all the participants that we spoke to. We also learned that single sign-on, which may mitigate many of the pain points around login, is not common practice. So again, to the points that were being discussed earlier around, there are things that exist that are working there, but how does this, you know, how is that rollout and how is that going to work at a national and local level? Something very important to highlight here is that it was suggested that the notion of using multiple systems isn't inherently problematic unless they aren't interoperable. So it's not necessarily that people don't mind having to use more than one system, is that interoperability between them that makes it a bit frustrating or not, depending on how well it works. Next slide, please. One that is quite interesting as well is that levels of digital maturity and confidence vary widely across the NHS. So all participant types reflected a concern for wide range in digital confidence and the ability across the NHS. So we spoke some people spoke openly about not feeling comfortable with digital systems, whilst managers also reflected that digital literacy within their own teams varied, and that there was a need for some more formal strategy to support the workforce with low digital literacy. Here, part of the problem is that some of these systems aren't intuitive to use or aren't designed with optimal accessibility standards. So low confidence users need to be considered in the design of any digital intervention. Additionally, many participants outlined a need for more direct training for the use of workforce systems, and having received little or training on this, they kind of rely on the support from their colleagues. And one of the points that was mentioned, I believe, before by Marcus or someone, that is that this reliance on colleagues as well takes time from their colleagues to attend to patients. So it's like a double effect there. Here, one of the main points to highlight is that participants reflected a strong sentiment that any future digital solution should focus on making work easier rather than complicating it. So again, it's this element of, if there is going to be a new app, if there's going to be something that's created as a digital solution, the idea is that it's just going to make the work easier, rather something that they're going to have to struggle to understand or to use or to link to other things. Next slide, please. So those were the more general around IT systems, IT workforce systems. Now we're going to go into more detail, starting with onboarding. Next slide, please. So here, again, might not be a surprise, but the finding is that communication about onboarding creates confusion and delays. Again, so what does this mean? Several participants were dissatisfied with the communication during onboarding. Some participants explained that when they chased HR or other contacts for updates, they sometimes didn't get a response. Others mentioned that they received multiple emails regarding onboarding actions from different systems and individuals, and that they had to refer to multiple places, which made it very difficult to keep track of their onboarding. So basically, altogether, these communication practices confused participants and made following up with their onboarding complicated and delayed, leaving them feeling uneasy. So the lack of clarity on who they should be expecting communication from, what are the expected timelines, what are the platforms to communicate through, that lack of clarity on that just create an inefficient process for onboarding. Next slide, please. The second that we want to highlight around onboarding is the delayed start dates caused by blockers in onboarding processes. So most participants felt that their onboarding process was too long, and that there were dependencies which created delays between accepting a job offer and their first day. Some stated that there could be gaps of several weeks between steps, which involved a lot of chasing. These delays were usually concerned with the in-person appointments for ID checks and occupational health assessments. One particular case did highlight how the gap between their job offer and the first day created a considerable financial impact, as it meant that they lacked income for a few weeks. Also, this affects managers as they express frustrations with these delays, as they need new starters to fill the vacancies as soon as possible. One of the managers even remarked that they had lost new starters to other jobs during this process because it was too late. Next slide, please. So moving on, here we kind of made a mix between induction and training. Next slide, please. So again, not a surprise, staff feel frustrated by a duplication of tasks for induction and mandatory training. So this has been mentioned already in our call this morning, but to provide a bit more detail. So this is caused by a number of reasons, such as training isn't standardized across trust. There is a lack of interoperability and data sharing across systems, and also a lack of established processes. So when moving between organizations, some staff found themselves repeating onboarding steps that they had previously completed. Some participants mentioned having to complete the same contractual documentation more than once. because ESR had not retained their personal information from various roles. Also, many participants expressed frustrations around having to repeat similar mandatory trainings when moving between trusts. And again, this could be because different training systems are used in different trusts, or because individuals' trainings isn't recorded in one place. So again, trusts have the autonomy to procure their own learning management systems, as many have chosen to deviate from ESR due to its poor functionality. Furthermore, the fact that not all NHS trusts are aligned to the core skills training framework makes the transfer of training achievements difficult. However, while some participants have had success with transferring their trainings, many noted that this process is far from straightforward and is dependent on support available in the new workplace. So a lot of these is like workarounds and like people chasing and going and directly contacting someone that could provide support in order to do this. As well, some participants expressed the desire of standardization to minimize the repetition of trainings as one moves between trusts. And we do know that digital staff passport that was mentioned earlier is one innovation that aims to address these challenges as well, by allowing staff to store their personal information and training accreditations in the one place. Next slide, please. Moving on to training. Next slide, please. So there is difficulty in accessing training and limited availability to complete training. This creates barriers to mandatory training and continuous professional development training. Sorry, I said a lot of times word training there. But with this, what is mentioned is that participants across the sample, they mentioned numerous barriers to access this mandatory training, which affected how easily they could maintain training compliance. So often staff felt as though they were spending too much time trying to access the training as opposed to actually doing the training itself. So the reasons for this were wide range, but some are that the most prevailing ones are related to the availability of the training courses, managerial blockers, ineffective reminders, and the lack of timely support. So in terms of availability, places could sometimes be limited and thus access was affected. One clinical participant even noted that the periodic clinical mandatory trainings like advanced life saving, ALS, are so popular that private companies now are offering to staff the opportunity to be certified by them, which improves the access, but only for those who can afford it. So again, this is an element of disadvantage and accessibility as well. Participants also face a barrier to accessing training due to managerial blockers. So this was in the cases where participants are reliant on a manager booking the training for them. So they don't have the power to do it themselves, which takes a bit of that agency, and it's also quite dependent on when their manager has time and can address this. This is also related to the lack of timely support mentioned by some participants, for example, on the local teams such as learning and development. Sometimes it could be unresponsive or just not respond at all, or respond after the training deadline. So again, this creates frustration because it's kind of out of the hands of staff to be able to do the training on time. And finally, something to take into account is that even reminders that were sent to, make sure that staff are aware of the training that they have to do are just done very early in advance. So again, it's some things that they might have forgot as well. Thank you. Moving on to the next couple of slides. So now we're moving to working life patterns. And with this, we finish the section of findings. Here we do focus on rostering, but it's also elements of annual leave and sick leave. Thank you. Sick leave and pay, yes. So staff create workarounds for rostering in the absence of suitable systems. This means the need for workaround varies due to the different levels of organizational digital maturity. So again, this has been seen across the other different findings, that it just depends on the trust or the organization and what they have available. In this particular case for rostering, in many cases, staff can't access live rotas because they're created on Excel and then they're shared via screenshots to WhatsApp groups. So you can imagine this could be a bit frustrating. For example, when there are last minute rota changes, because staff don't know what to expect, what's coming on their shift. So some of them do mention that sometimes they're checking on the Sunday night to see if there's any last minute changes. And some do mention that they get reminders, but this doesn't always happen. And this can result in staff turning up onto the wrong shift. So actually, we did see this across a number of participants where that had happened. Also, sometimes there are discrepancies between rota information on staff personal calendars and then the actual Excel sheets. So that creates confusion and added hassle, and they have to seek clarification. In these cases, sometimes they also use WhatsApp groups for that. So this being said, some shift-based participants and rota managers did positively describe the use of rostering systems and mobile apps, which solved a lot of these problems with the Excel-based rostering. Again, whilst there are many rostering systems in use throughout the NHS, it's clear that not all departments are utilizing this technology. So again, to the point of there are existing apps or existing things that are working, but is that being standardized or is that being used effectively across the NHS? Thank you, next slide. And bear with me, almost there. So this is the last finding we're sharing with you today. And it's again around annual leave. So the process and systems for annual leave negatively impacting staff morale. So this is, it was quite a sensitive topic, I would say, as it was affecting staff morale as well. So participants for this expressed strong frustrations around the processes and systems for booking annual leave. This in particular, as they reflected a sense of lacking control over when they could take their annual leave, mainly as this was left to the final decision of their managers. Again, this is an area that is closely connected to staff morale and especially frustrating to those with families or carrying responsibilities, because it takes a bit of that agency and points. We even had one participant that mentioned that someone couldn't take annual leave for their wedding. So there are, of course, personal effects on people's lives. To this point, some people did mention that they wanted greater visibility over their colleagues' schedules so that they could plan their leave accordingly rather than just submitting leave requests blindly. So some participants shared that, for example, employee online offered them this visibility. However, this was not available to most participants that we spoke to. So similar to what we've seen in other findings. Again, another point that is mentioned here, and this drives a bit away from what a digital solution could offer, is that most participants recognize that the lack of flexibility for annual leave was largely related to staff shortages and the dynamic nature of shift-based clinical work. So again, there are wider considerations and wider issues that have to be taken into account, that it's not just, this will not necessarily just be solved by a digital solution. Rather, there are wider topics and challenges in place, such staff shortage. Thank you. We could follow to the next one. So here, thank you for bearing with me and going through all those findings. As a way to conclude, what the aim of this 2023 research that we conducted through the last months was to understand the needs of NHS staff, as we mentioned in onboarding, access to training, and the control of their working life patterns. And we specifically the project sought to understand how digital products could be used to improve their experience. So as a way of really summarizing, the findings point out that the overall onboarding experience is lengthy and inefficient. that staff lack motivation and the time to complete training, and that finally the staff lack agency when managing their rostering and have different blockers to take annual leave. So together, these main findings suggest that staff experience a great deal of frustration when dealing with workforce systems and tasks. So there is potential to address each specific pain points of onboarding, training, and working life patterns with a respective digital solution. However, the wider issues that affect IT systems management as a whole must be considered in order for specific solutions to be successful across the NHS in the long term. So here we do have a couple of quotes that would like to share with you around this element of, you know, there could be digital solutions, or there are already some that are working, but staff expressed several times this element of frustration. And for example, a quote saying that having something that doesn't work is incredibly frustrating. And I believe we've all been there sometimes, using different IT systems, being whatever whatever work task we're completing. And also another participant mentioned that if it doesn't work well in the first impression, so this is referring to any digital solution that is presented. So if it doesn't work well in the first impression, some can be quite cynical and won't give it a second chance. So again, it's this element of overall the sentiment of frustration around having to spend unnecessary extra time when dealing with IT systems. And the main idea was, don't create something new if it's not going to improve my existing experience with the systems that I'm using. Don't create something that's just going to add more tasks, or don't just create another alternative option. If something is going to be created, it has to be to significantly improve their experience. So just to wrap up around here, those conclusions and recommendations, we do want to point out that it's important to know the user and take into account their current landscape. So as we mentioned throughout and has been mentioned throughout the conversation today, there's a wide array of systems, administrative processes and practices that can be unique to the specific ICS, trusts and organizations, or even hospital wards. So that's something around the context that has to be taken into account. With this is the very wide variety of contexts in which the NHS staff are working and the levels of digital maturity. So again, how is this going to be aligned? The element that I mentioned earlier around hardware and like the limited access to computers, the lack of standardization of administrative processes, and the poor user experience and lack of operability and interoperability with workforce systems. So here to highlight is not just the interoperability, but also the actual operability of some of these systems. So as some of the comments that were made in the discussion earlier, we also do suggest, so in line with that, we also do suggest for further research to be conducted across the whole of the NHS, basically trust to identify the different processes and tools that are being used and identify which ones are being successful in addressing the user needs. With this also mentioning and linked to what has been discussed earlier is that it is good there's opportunity to collaborate with other digital programs that are in place, as I was mentioned, so the Digital Staff Passport, ESR, and PASA, as well as to work with and identify what's happening more in that local level, what are things that are working in different trusts, and see and consider to further developing those existing digital tools and systems. So to wrap up, again, we do suggest to review and seek to solve the wider systemic issues. I believe that it's a bit of the debate today as well. So as been mentioned, like it's important to align those procurement processes and to see to the standardization of the features and functionalities. It is crucial to align procurement process and as well to see to the interoperability between the different systems. And to review the processes and policies to align organizations and trust on how the digital solutions is going to be rolled out. So again, I believe someone mentioned this earlier around there could be the solution, but what's going to be the take for this to actually be adopted by the different organizations at the local level. Alongside this, and to finally to complement, is that we have to ensure good digital design. So meaning that you need to guarantee a widespread access to the digital devices. So again, you know, it doesn't work to have an app if people don't have where to access it, or don't have the right internet as well to access it. And with this, anything that is further developed or created has to be tested and has to verify the usability and accessibility standards. And finally, as you have seen in some of our findings, we have to go beyond that digital design and ensure timely and effective IT training and ongoing support to tackle the low digital confidence, as well as guarantee accessibility for all. So this is also meaning that including those that do not use digital intervention. So there also has to be an alternative as well. So that is from our part. We're wrapping up with our presentation to you. Appreciate your attention. And we will continue and develop a bit more detail as my colleagues in a bit are going to explain the maps and how we actually translate a lot of these findings and that detail and the conversations that we had with staff into a visual map and end-to-end journey of their experiences.
Brilliant. Raquel, thank you ever so much for that, and thank you all for listening in. David, I've just seen you comment around the desire for a break. It's coming up in 30 seconds. So hold fire. Just one reflection, quite funny on that. You were talking, Raquel, about the people being able to roster and book shifts. As somebody who has a brother-in-law who was unable to change his shift, so did an appendectomy in the morning and married my sister about 3 hours later, I think personally and wider, there's definitely a requirement to do something there. So that's great. Look, it's been a long time. We've gone without a break now. So look, thank you so much for your attention. We are going to break now. So Becca, if you can move down to slide 60 on the mid-morning break. Take 15 minutes here. Let's come back at 32, 33 minutes past to resume this session, where we'll take on the design thinking side, which will be the interactive part of this session. So thanks for your attention, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes.
Teas, coffees, drinks. As you may have heard, we've just restarted the recording. Welcome back to everyone who's just rejoined, or indeed has just joined for the first time after further commitments. One thing just before we start, people at Miro, you may notice I've just added a couple of changes to the agenda at the top, just to sort of bring us back up to speed as to when we're planning to start each of the agenda items. So what I suggest we'll do, without further ado, I think we've got the slides back up and running. The next session is more around the design thinking, design concepts, and starting to sort of toy the idea of possible ideas for solutions to a lot of the problem spaces you've heard about already. Rebecca, we're just going to skip back to what we call our product and program slide. That's the one there. So at this time, I'll just introduce Phil Stradling and Kieran Bruff from the NHS England architecture team. They're also going to be joined by colleagues from the PRSB as well, the Professional Record Standards Body. We've included this slide just as a bit of a bridging slide between the last section and the next section. And then the people I've just mentioned will go into their emerging thinking. So I'll hand over to you guys.
Excellent. Thanks, Dave. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
You can. Perfect. Thank you. Hi, I'm Kieran Bruff. I'm an architect in NHS England, and we've just got a couple of slides to run you through before we pass you over to PRSB with a little bit on the data standards. So just going back here, and this is probably just to reaffirm what Marcus started the session at the very beginning, just to highlight that obviously we are exploring what the staff app might be, whether it is a product or a digital service over time. Just some of the highlights here as to what the program may deliver. So we may look at data and interoperability standards, and I know that's been topic on some of the chat and some of the comments, so that's been great. And we're already working with PRSB on some of those elements. Commercial outputs, such as a framework, perhaps, looking at communications and making sure that we're constantly keeping in touch with stakeholders internally, externally, etc. Looking at funding arrangements, if we need to deliver a digital service, what monies are needed, and is that something that's going to get buy-in? So again, that's something we need to consider. There may be a product of some type, and we'll need to make sure that adheres to all this key research that SNUC has done for us over the last while. And then implementation, adoption, and then transition to BAU if it is a product of some sort. So then flipping on the right-hand side of this, if we do deliver a digital product or a service for a staff app of some kind, then obviously we would try and follow the very similar patterns that most of you will be familiar with, and obviously not trying to tell everyone how to suck eggs here, because you all develop systems and services right now and they're all very successful. But just going down the research, making sure that we've got all the problem statements, making sure that we're actually dealing with the user needs rather than just pushing out a product from our ivory towers, and then just going through the normal features, user interface, and so forth. So that's just a little touch base in terms of reminding everyone that we're still in the very early stages. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So obviously, as David started the session from INTEROPen, we've brought this Learnathon and subsequent hackathon forward in terms of allowing us to get some excellent feedback from some expertise in the field and look at candidate design concepts. So from a front door, such as a front door or a staff-facing app, so obviously there are a lot of successful apps in the training, rostering and onboarding area. They do things very well, a lot of mobile apps in that space. And we certainly don't want to disrupt that marketplace and replace that marketplace in any way. So we would look to explore any sort of patterns that could support perhaps a front door that would allow a plurality of staff apps and how they would come together to allow the consolidation of information to meet some of those user needs. So obviously Danny from NHS App is on the call. He's added some really valuable comments already. We are talking to NHS App, but it's not just about internal, it's about external and all the successful systems and services from external service providers as well. And the possibility of integration with the wallet. So we've touched on the digital staff passport, that's moving along very nicely. And again, just looking at how this concept could support that. Then looking at workflows, obviously the user research has pointed to many workflows for individual tasks across multiple systems. And how can we automate and optimize those workflows and help progress those and unlock any of the blockers? And also enable local configuration. So each organization, as we all know, is very different to the next, and they all have different needs. So any concept needs to adhere and help those needs. And back-end APIs. So I think there's been a few comments that ESR has perhaps doesn't have the APIs that would be welcomed and needed for real-time updates. And that's just one example. So again, looking at the breadth of workforce systems, both on-premise and not, and how can we improve that? What's missing? What are the blockers? And also around data standards, which a few people have touched on already. So working with PRSB, seeing if a data standard across workforce systems can be adapted to and adhered to. And then finally, just touching on reducing the login burden. So ties in with Digital Staff Passport, but NHS Mail's been mentioned, and also the lack of a single ID for workforce systems is not apparent as it is for patient systems. So again, there's a problem to address, and how could that be overcome? So I will just pass over to Phil, who will just touch on a hypothesis that we may test, but it'll be one of many, I'm sure. Thanks, Kieran.
And what I wanted to do was paint a picture with the next slide to show you the main actors that help us to think about how we might take the user research findings, also some of the comments in the chat, and think about, as for the hack planning, both this afternoon and then into planning and delivering the hack in October, how do we think about the actors and which actors need what components and how they need to interoperate with each other? So in this instance, we've got a clinician, Selena. She needs to onboard to Sheffield, where she will be employed in some capacity. As part of being employed by Sheffield, we need to set up all the relevant records within Sheffield, so a number of systems are involved there. But as we've heard from Andrew and from some of the comments in the chat, then Selena will likely need access to ICB level services as well as national services. That could be training, it could be NHS Mail. So what we've heard is that Selena will be able to use with the staff passport a number of credentials in her wallet, such as her verified identity and her skills. So these can be used to streamline the onboarding process to an employer such as Sheffield and to others. So it's the idea there of a single identity and single skill credentials. So that's a hypothesis we want to build upon with what's currently coming with the staff passport. And then how do we join up some of those front-end services to do with onboarding, of which some of the suppliers here could potentially assist? How do we make those front-end services that are serving the needs of the staff-facing apps and portals, how do we make them interoperate with the back-end services? And so I'll be handing over to PRSB in just a minute to talk about the data standards there. But then crucially, as per some of the suggestions in the chat, we've got some federation protocols. So how do we establish Selena to be able to access the ICB and the national services using what we know is possible using the federation protocols? So this is where we want to start to show how the user journeys can address the requirements, but equally we need to identify which components and hence which suppliers need to buddy up and help us break down this picture and then recompose it so it does actually work to meet the objectives. So thanks for that, and I'll hand over to Charlie at PRSB.
Hi, so I'm Charlie McKay from PRSB, and if we could just move on to the next slide, and then one more. Just quickly to introduce who the PRSB are, for anyone who doesn't know. The PRSB was established about 10 years ago, following the national programme to bring together the Royal Colleges and professional organisations and the Department of Health, by the Department of Health, working with the Royal Colleges, setting up the PRSB as an organisation to define the information that's needed by those people delivering health and care, so that those people who are working delivering that health and care have a say in the information that they use to support their work. And the PRSB has grown to establish a professional network of patients and public, so users of the services, as well as organisations across the NHS and the care sector. And they're focused on defining information standards. So not the APIs, but what are the data items that people talk about when they talk about workforce, or when they talk about care delivery or diabetes or whatever. Those information standards can then be applied across different technologies using different APIs for data that's moving, but also those information standards apply to data at rest or within a single system. So if we can establish consistent information so that we're using the same terms to talk about the same thing within systems, then those systems can become interoperable. So as we look into what we can do in the workforce space for this information standard, we're looking at data within systems and across systems so that we can talk about the same thing independent of the technology. And that gives flexibility and consistency. So if we just move on to the next slide. The PRSB membership, this just gives you a picture of, and that the membership is now knocking 90 organisations, starting with the Royal Colleges, but expanding right out across other organisations as well, including the regulators. And if we move on to the next slide, as well as the membership, the PRSB has built up a partner programme with supplier organisations, recognising that for the information standards to be relevant and useful and used, it's really important that they're relevant and helpful to technology suppliers and information system suppliers. So building that relationship and building with that a conformance assessment scheme. And so that's kind of what the PRSB is, and we're looking to develop the information standards to support the workforce programme. And I'll hand over to Taru, who will describe what we've done so far working with the programme.
Thanks, Charlie. If we just move on to the next slide, please. So as Kieran and Phil have already mentioned, we've been working with NHSE around workforce for a while now. And the problem statement that we were working on, we were given, is that there are a lot of processes, a lot of systems, a lot of tools around workforce, which sometimes do not quite talk to each other. And sometimes they end up with staff having to do some manual processes to achieve some tasks and activities. And that really we wanted to develop an information model or data standards that will enable sharing of data between those different systems, those two disparate systems. So when we looked at it, we looked at what can be done in the information model as a foundation to then develop systems that allow information to flow between different processes and different solutions. So that's what we've been working on with NHSE for a while now. If we move on to the next slide, please. So when we looked at it, there are some small projects that we were commissioned to do to either address an urgent need. But when we stepped back, we thought, I think for this to work, we need to look at the whole staff journey from recruitment to appointment and to them getting paid. So we really needed to look at how does a vacancy, how is it created, what information is collected from a recruitment perspective, and should that information, once that information is collected, it should be able to flow from recruitment to appointment and to pay, rather than that information having to be recollected or rekeyed in through the staff life cycle, the staff journey. So we looked at so we're looking at it from a perspective of a staff member, a user, that they need to be recruited, they need to be appointed, and they need to be paid. And in there need to be things like job planning, there need to be things like rostering, payroll reconciliation. These are all processes, and some processes use the same system,
some processes use different systems, and it becomes very, complicated. And from our consultation in the previous phase, there was a member of staff who said that they spend 2-3 days a month just trying to pull data from different systems for them to ensure that staff are paid correctly. And it is a shame that we're spending so much time manually having to rekey data or trying to shape it into a way that will produce what we want. And you can imagine the errors that are also inherent in human errors inherent in trying to manually enter data into systems. So this is what we really, in developing an information standard, we need to look at the end-to-end process. We shouldn't just be focusing. And I know Staff App is part of it, but we need to look at all the processes that are involved in workforce. Next slide, please. So when we looked at some of the systems, these are not all, but some that we looked at, and we identified all the data flows that take place, some between the core ESR and some between themselves. And on top of that, there, whenever Department of Health required to analyze something, they will do some surveys, and they will also ask you to provide data, some of it which is existing, some of it which is new. So there are spreadsheets that are also flying around. There are extracts coming from ESR, extracts coming from different solutions into ESR. And there are also some automated interfaces. I know ESR has got some interfaces that it has developed that allow data to flow back and forth within it. So there is a lot of data moving. This diagram is just trying to articulate the complexities of all the data that needs to be taken into account for when you look at an information model. Without standardization, you can imagine how difficult it is to share the data between the different systems. So with a baseline of a good information model, it will be much easier to address some of these complex data flows. I think I'll hand over back to Charlie. He's just going to talk a bit about how we are going to approach this and come up with an information model.
So moving on to the next slide, just very quickly. We're looking to pull together the scenarios and use cases, so that input from the user research, the processes and pathways that we're trying to support, and any indicators and metrics. So pulling in that context that's needed to define the information model, and then looking at the information model in a layered way. What are the things that we're talking about, the entities, and then how do they link together, and then what are the attributes of those entities? But also picking up on what's been said in the chat, looking at where there's consensus or established consistency, so where it makes sense to standardize and where it doesn't, where there's stuff that is going to be variable or change rapidly. So really, we're at the beginning of this process, but we're looking to pull in those inputs, iterate and build that information model, and look at where it's sensible to be consistency and where the information model would be useful and used. And then what the maintenance process for that is and how conformance would be tested. There's obviously a really strong relationship between the information model and the APIs, but we need to be just pulling that in and identifying where there's value to be created. But happy now to hand over or take any questions.
That's great. Thank you very much, Steve. Much appreciated. In terms of in the age of the generation of like buttons being king, there's 5 likes for Kevin Monk's comment in the chat. I think we'll just take 5 minutes to approach any questions we've got. If others would like to start contributing on the Miro board at the session that we've just gone through, please feel free. But while we do that, Kevin, did you want to say anything on the call?
Yes, it's certainly really around data standards. I mean, I'll be at odds with my good friend Joe McDonald on this, but I get the push for it. I really do. And where things don't change, I'm trying to think. I was going to use a name as an example of data that doesn't change very much, but even there, I think there's probably different ways that people deal with name data. Where it's fairly static, I can see the need for data standards. In fact, I've been banging on about it a lot. The OAuth2 standard, there is an OIDC thing there, which is about your profile information. So by standard, it will give you your email address, it will give you your name, it will give you a photo, it will give you the provider details and the provider's reference for that. So there's existing data standards there. But I think when it comes as a job planning system provider and a rostering system provider, where we find fault with data standardization is that actually everyone does treat it differently. And I think it's right that they treat it differently because the data does actually evolve. There's data in the schema itself. It's surprising how much the structure of data changes as you go through time. I mean, pre-COVID, I don't think anyone would have really been thinking about people's vaccine status as a data attribute on there. You know, they're very fluid requirements, and actually trying to pin that down into a certain shape to go between systems can be really difficult. And there are standards out there that, you know, when you go to request that data. So if you come to our job planning system and say, I want this person's job plan and I want their activities and I want their DCC and their SPA. Well, when you arrive, one of the things that our API does is tell you what is in that resource. So for example, if it's a doctor's data, it's going to be in programmed activities. But if it's an AHP or like a nurse or something, it will come back with that same activity in hours, and it will tell you that, and it will tell you that as part of the API. And so my fear is with data standardization, not in its entirety, but in certainly between those sorts of systems, there's a lot of variation. And I just want us to think about that. I don't want to be kind of downer on these things. I share the ambition.
I really think that's an important point to bring out, to identify where standardization adds value, but also what the maintenance process and update cycles are for those agreed common definitions. So there are some things that you can define and you want to be stable over 3 years or 5 years or longer. And there are other things that you want to be able to maintain on a far quicker cycle, but still need to be maintained and consistent across systems and across environments. And then there are other things that can sensibly be maintained within a single system. And, you know, that's local data that, and by system, I don't necessarily mean information system. I might mean a communicating community. If you've got, you know, a group who are working together with different systems, they can agree on how they're going to configure those systems so that they interoperate and do that informally and locally. But there's some things that we need to agree nationally to be consistent. And I think that's where the information standards can work with those fluid interfaces and configuration options so that we can do this in a way that works effectively. But I'm really interested in establishing, you know, what's going to be useful to tie down nationally, what's going to be useful to agree in a fluid process nationally, and what's sensible to be determined locally.
Brilliant, thank you very much. And again, so particularly the people that sort of gave the thumbs up to the original comment, people that have heard that, it's obviously a massive area and it's a very complicated area. Again, please do dump all your thoughts, reflections, ideas onto the Miro board, wherever you think it's appropriate to do so. And we'll make sure they all get harvested up at the end and we do some sort of action on them. And as Keith said, there are sessions later in the day where we can really dig into this in a bit more detail as well. If I just come back to Phil and Kieran, any sort of closing remarks from you before we hand over to the next session?
No, I think but I'll just build on, these are the types of suggestion we want to pick up and follow up.
Absolutely.
You know, what would a proof of concept look like to demonstrate some of these capabilities, and who wants
Absolutely.
to work?
Brilliant. Thank you very much. In which case then, I think we just move on to the next slide, Rebecca, and just double check we've gone past questions. Next again. We've talked through the Miro. So we're going to welcome back our colleagues from SNUC in the user research team now. This session was signposted earlier on. So I believe, am I handing to Natalia and Holly?
Yeah, you're just handing to me, Dave. Thank you very
Brilliant.
much.
Okay. Over to you.
Lovely. If you could stop sharing screen so I'm able to share mine. I'm going to head us over to our mural board, another whiteboard platform. Give me a moment. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes.
So much. Lovely. So in an effort not to completely over bamboozle you after we've had a lot of information, super fascinating stuff shared this morning, what I'm basically going to talk you through today is a bit of a way that we have demonstrated or displayed some of the user research that's intended to make it easier to kind of ground our findings with the realities of staff. And what you will do in a moment in your breakout rooms is you will look at some of these maps in further detail, and hopefully they will be a source of kind of inspiration and guidance in terms of the user perspective when discussing different kind of technological capabilities as well. So I'm going to zoom us in. And basically what this map shows is the clinical and non-clinical and managerial staff tasks relating to the three areas that we've been talking about today of onboarding, training, and control of working life patterns. I'm going to zoom in further. This map gives you an overview of all of those three areas. And what we've done here is we have mapped that accordingly to three different time periods. So you've got the kind of tasks that people are doing in onboarding, rostering, and training pre-first day. So that could be between 6 weeks to 6 months before they start their new role. We've got those tasks as they relate to when a new starter is being inducted. And we've got those tasks in relation to ongoing things as part of their day-to-day. So that could be things like booking their annual leave, applying for their expenses, etc. So now we've gone across the map. Let's take a look down in further detail. So in this swim lane here, we have got our NHS clinical and non-clinical staff tasks. And what we've done here is they're color-coded, which you'll be able to see in the key, which is down here. So our green tasks relate to onboarding, our blue to training, our reddy pink working life patterns, our reddy pink with an outline to rostering, and the lilac is tasks that support job tasks. So if we scooch up here, for example, we can see that before a new starter joins, they will receive a job offer, they'll accept it, etc. And we can see here they might receive information on training as well, and they'll receive their first rota. So those are the tasks. And it's worth saying that they're not necessarily in that order, but it gives you a sense of when someone is using a particular system to carry out one task, that's the context in which they're using it. So they'll be doing all these other sorts of things at the same time. Our next swim lane is what we've called touch points, and that basically just means interaction. So any interaction that a clinical or non-clinical staff member might have with a piece of software, a human being, a computer, a smartphone. And what we've done here is we've named the system that they're using. And again, this is limited to the people that we spoke with. So as Raquel was speaking of earlier, we spoke to about 42 people. And we've used these icons here to give you an immediate indication as to what sort of interaction that is. And again, scooching down to our key, these are all our different touch points. So we've got an NHS laptop, it's paper-based, it's a mobile phone, etc. And similarly, in the location swim lane, which I'm about to take you through, we've specified where that might be happening. So is it that staff are doing that in a hospital ward? Are they doing it at home? Are they in the office? Or are they on the go? And that will give you an indication as to whether at the moment people are using that system at home, on the ward, etc. So that then defines the capabilities that people need at the moment for doing those tasks. Our next swim lane are our pain points. And those are our frustrations that people have found in doing each of those particular tasks as it currently stands. We've used as far as possible the kind of first person quotes from our research, and that really is just designed to ground those insights into the day-to-day of those individuals. So I'm not going to go through these now in detail, but something that you might want to do when you go into your breakout room is for your chosen area, whether that's onboarding, training, or working life patterns, you might just want to give them a little read through to get a better sense of what people are saying about these things. Our next swim lane down the side is moments of joy. So believe it or not, some things are going really well for people, which is amazing. And what we've done is we've included these so that, again, we can see where things are going particularly well. For example, in the rostering area, people have talked about being able to see what their colleagues are working, what shifts their colleagues are working, which means that they know when they input annual leave, whether it's going to be accepted or not. So they're just small bits. They could be bits about a particular piece of software. They could be about, for example, being able to do their mandatory training at home as well as on the ward. But they're, again, designed to offer you a bit of inspiration about that. In terms of the summary findings, we've talked a lot this morning about user research, but I just wanted to give you a little brief summary. And again, you'll have all of this information on the Miro board as well for you to read about in further detail. So scooching down to this map, and this little map shows the key areas for onboarding. And so our key finding for onboarding is about communication and information management of the process being inefficient, and that's been found by both clinical staff and managerial staff. And that's related to the time it takes for documentation to be sent from one trust to another, technological and administrative delays to transferring a current NHS employee email address, and the time taken to travel to complete ID checks. So you'll see here that we've highlighted in the columns that are a paler white, those areas, so you can then see in more detail the systems that people are using to do that, what the related pain points are, etc. So you might want to have a little read through that while you're in the breakout room. We've also got the same for training activities. And as we heard this morning, there was a bit of a lack of motivation and time to complete mandatory training. And that's related to having to cross-validate training between different trusts throughout their career. A lack of time and available hardware, which we heard about this morning as well, to be able to do that training, and challenges to accessing software systems as well. And so we've highlighted all of these issues here, and you can see an early indication, for example, in this column, when people are talking about completing their core skills mandatory training, just how many systems people are using for that, and their associated pain points below as well. Then finally, from the clinical and non-clinical staff perspective, we look at our working life patterns. And as we heard this morning, staff have limited visibility of their team's schedules and rota updates, which makes managing their roster really tricky. This is related to the variability of how easy a rostering system is to use. Some people are using Excel documents, some people are using a live updating document that can be accessed on their phone, etc. There's like a really wide variety in different kind of trusts and at hospital level. There's a lack of clarity on parental leave policy, which makes knowing when you're going to come back to work a bit tricky. And again, there's last minute changes relating to whether a rota is live. Those were real issues. So again, we've highlighted these in pale white. You know the drill by now, for you to refer to when you get into the breakout rooms. The second part of these maps is about managerial staff tasks. So that's essentially the manager's perspective. And those managers were going to have to do the staff tasks, because obviously they're also members of staff. But we wanted to look at how the issues that were affecting people completing those tasks were then trickling down to managers. So again, similarly to what I've just showed you, this is the full map for managers. It's got the same structure, the same color coding, and the same times used as well as the icons. So zooming in to focus on onboarding in particular. So same problem. The managerial staff are also finding communication and onboarding taking really long time. That also assesses systems or software, and that's taking a really long time. It's just something that we need to keep into consideration when we're designing for onboarding. And same again, we've highlighted those issues and their associated user needs below. We then move on to managerial staff training activities, and the motivation and the lack of time that staff have to complete their mandatory training also then impacts managers, because they have to spend their time chasing up their team to complete that training, which obviously adds to their workload, as opposed to people taking a more proactive approach because they might find their mandatory training even enjoyable. Again, there's hardware issues as well, and the lack of cross-validation of training between trusts, again, obviously affects managers, because it means that they're then having to process those levels of training. There are currently some processes which do that, which is called the inter-authority transfer process. So that obviously takes up quite a lot of managerial time. So that's highlighted for you there if you are going into the training breakout room. And finally, we move on to the working life patterns activities for managers. So we were talking earlier about this lack of visibility in terms of rota updates and making annual leave hard to kind of book and change. And that is really affecting managers, because what we have found, and again, to emphasize what Raquel was saying, we're not focusing on statistical representation, we're focusing on narratives and people's realities and stories. We heard from a few people where managers are having to compensate for a shortfall in staff, as some people, if they can't take their chosen day off, might call in sick because annual leave is so difficult to manage. And so in that situation, we have managers having to then last minute find people to cover, which, as you can imagine, is quite stressful. So that's a really key issue that it would be great if we could tackle for managers. And so again, you will have this map in your breakout room to refer to, and hopefully that simplifies some of the really rich and complex data that we've been looking at. Myself, Raquel and Holly from SNUC, each of us will be in a breakout room. So if you have any questions about the user research or how to read these maps, we would be really happy to help you out. And I believe I've just finished 12 minutes early, Dave. Look at that for timekeeping. Over back to you.
Wow. I can't hastily find where the applause button is, but thank you very much for the time and for the quality of the presentation. Obviously, some really good stuff there. Thank you very much. What I will, there's been loads of really interesting chat in there. I can't see anything that's direct questions related to what we've just gone through. And as Natalia has said, we will have in the breakout sessions someone from the SNUC team on hand to answer any questions. Is there anything burning at the moment about the content of what's just been gone through? If not, what I will invite Rebecca to do is if you could just pop the slides back up for us again. So we're now on to the breakout workshops. So if you just skip on to the next slide, and I'll just go through a quick bit of admin on how all this, or how we hope all this will work, what the point is and what we're looking to achieve. So summarising some key themes we've already gone through. The breakout rooms are hopefully the biggest, most focused opportunity for you as attendees to dig right into the detail of what you've heard so far, what we've told you we think we know, what we think, what our ideas are. And this is deliberately open. Really want to know what do you know? What do you hope? What do you fear? What do you like? What do you dislike? Trying to distill some of the stuff that's appearing on the Zoom chat into active conversations, and trying to as Zoom is kindly doing for us, trying to string those conversations together as well. So please do share your ideas, because that will inspire others in your group to come up with follow-on ideas and start to build things out. So it's back to this theme of trying to be part of the bigger team. And another thing we're trying to do, which we'll come to later when we're doing the hack planning, hopefully it might also start to sow the seeds of where there may be possibilities for people on the call to work together in the weeks and months to come to try and progress these ideas into things that are more tangible. So if you could just stop sharing again, Rebecca, and I will share Miro. And what I would like to do now, just for a couple of minutes, is just explain what you will see when you go into breakout rooms. So I can see there's some people already scooting around in there, which is great. I have noticed there's probably quite a few more people on the call than there are in Miro. So if anyone is experiencing any issues in Miro, please do drop us a line in Zoom and we'll try and sort it. Alternatively, if you can't for whatever reason get in, please still join the breakout rooms, because we can screen share and still harvest all your inputs and ideas and make sure they're captured somehow. So each breakout room will look exactly the same and is laid out in the same way. Hopefully you can follow the arrows we've got on Miro to end up in the breakout room that you've joined on Zoom as well at the same time. Broadly, we've split it down into 3 big areas, one being the problems. That summarizes a whole load of stuff that you've already seen from the Snook team on the user research and their the user journey maps, which Natalia has just given us an intro to. Panning over to the design concepts area. This is where this is a lot lighter, but again, there's a lot of conversation to be had. So all we've done, just to sort of keep the conversation flowing, we've just put some virtual dartboards here of some of the themes that we've talked about already. They really should not be exhaustive. Please do add whatever you like to these, have conversations, but above all else, please just do put your knowledge and insights onto there as best you can. If there's no logical fit for them, there's the catch-all area over to the right here as well, where you can just dump thoughts that you think are useful, but you can't quite figure out where best to put them. And we've got this extra section at the bottom called the gallery. This is where we've just put a few bits of materials that we haven't necessarily presented today. Some we have, some we haven't. Some are evolutions of things, but they're just things that we thought might be useful to put in there on the off chance that people get a bit of time in the sessions and they're worth getting people's thoughts on as working ideas of ways that we're looking to articulate our thinking or ideas. They may come up, and what you will find in every room, there is a lot of information in each of these boards, deliberately so. We're hoping it'll feel a bit like, you know, walking into a really interesting library. You know there's loads of interesting stuff there, but you don't quite know what's where. However, there should be someone in every room who does know where all the right things are. So you'll have someone from the user research team, you'll have someone from the technical team, and you'll have someone that's close to the detail of anything that's in the gallery as well. So I'm going to stop sharing again. And for the final time in this session, Rebecca, if you could just pop the slides back up, just so we can go through one final bit of admin on the breakouts. Because this is where we all venture out into the virtual corridor and hope we find the right room. So final bit of admin. So the breakout rooms have been named. If I could just sense check George or Jasmine, are you around and are they ready to go pretty much?
They are. So you've got room
Fantastic.
1 is staff onboarding, room 2 is staff rostering, and room 3 is staff training and career.
Fantastic. So they should be, if I just quickly run through this, you can please join the room that you feel you'll be most useful to. You can join and leave them at any time, but please just be aware, I think there is a slight user experience issue that some people have accidentally left the entire call before rather than just leave the room. So make sure you're pressing the right button. As I've said, you should have a good mix of people in each of the rooms to help facilitate the sessions. George and Jasmine will drop us in some reminders remotely as well, just to tell us how we're doing on time. You can rejoin the main room when you're done, and this is where we'll pick up after lunch. So we'll only return to this call after. So we'll run each of the breakout sessions, break for lunch. We'll still plan to join as per the updated timelines, but what we'll do is we'll make sure messages go into the Zoom chat just to make sure everyone's got the latest latest view of when we will actually start the full afternoon session again. I don't think there's anything else to say other than you may at one point, we said we had a little bit of an imbalance between membership potentially when we get into the rooms. Between George and Jasmine, they'll be floating between the rooms and they may come into your room and just ask if there's anyone that would be interested in joining another room to perhaps make up the number. So if that happens, just keep a lookout for that. Okay, right, I think that's everything. Before we do, has anyone got any questions just on the admin and logistics before I hand over to Jasmine to sort the breakout rooms? No. In which case then, Jasmine, would you mind putting those live? I think that should mean a new icon appears at the bottom of everyone's Zoom interface.
Correct, yeah. So at the bottom of your Zoom options, you should see an option for breakout rooms, and it's an icon with 4 squares. If you click on that, you then can enter into a room of your choice. Alternative, if you can't see that option, it may be presented as a more option. So it'll be 3 dots. If you select the more option, you'll then see the breakout option. I can see some people have already started to move across. If anyone is struggling, feel free to raise your hand or type in the chat box and we can move you across manually to the room that you desire. But again, I can see a lot of people have started to move now.
Great. Yeah, I can see the numbers reassuringly tick down.
Yeah.
So please enjoy speaking, sharing ideas, and we'll chat all together again soon. And I'll make sure a note goes into Zoom just to update on the times. And for those going to the rostering room, I'll see you there shortly.
And so during lunch, the facilitators from each of the groups have just been putting a few post-it notes into this section here at the top of the Miro board, which hopefully you can see. So you're going to spend a few minutes in each group going through the salient points, the main topics of discussion and what you collectively came up with particular focus on anything that were relevant to helping us steer what we do to plan for our next stages, particularly with a view of the idea of a hackathon. What I might do is if I I will go with mine first, because I think unless is Phil back on the call, do we know?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Are you back? Brilliant. Okay, fantastic. Shall we go to staff, Yasmin and Phil? I believe we're facilitating in the staff onboarding group. Yasmin, Phil, would like to just give us a couple of thoughts?
Yeah.
Sure.
Go on, Yasmin.
Brilliant. Okay. And thanks, Dave. So yep, so we had a really interesting one. Apologies, I did have 2 power cuts in between that. So what I've put on the sticky notes is what I've read going around. We had some really useful discussion. We set off by looking at position-based provisioning for staff access. So Andrew Temple covered that, and so did Kathy and Martin. So they went through what their needs are for Blackpool and South Cumbria, Lancashire and South Cumbria. So we start off the conversation there and what could be done at those points. So Dave, if you can just zoom in, my sonic vision doesn't kind of allow me. So yep, brilliant, perfect, thank you. That's perfect. So we spoke around pre-employment onboarding for overseas staff as well. So when they come in, so their onboarding process for those. We said that in order for those to be done, I mean, staff normally when they do apply for roles, they do use Track and they do use their own personal email addresses. So there was conversation around personal email addresses. So it was like if they do use Track and NHS jobs, then these APIs, they do need to have access to them. So open kind of these APIs. We had a lot of conversation around identity and digital identity. We also, as part of that, looked at establishing trust within credentials. There were some pain points shared on current credentials where they're not being accepted in trust when you kind of move around. So Farouk very helpfully came in and spoke about the work that they're doing on DSP around trusted frameworks, as how do we build trust. So I think that was a really key one there. To do that and to establish, and that ties into really nicely, is we need to establish a similar framework to the core skills, which is your trust framework, which is something that DSB are currently working on. And how do we then engage people before the onboarding to the system as well? So we spoke a lot about the pre-onboarding experience. So I think that's key, because obviously this is what kind of staff, when they come into any organization, it could kind of, set their expectation really high or low depending on their onboarding process. So we spoke a lot about pre-onboarding process as well, and how can we kind of support and streamline that. Phil, did you want to come in and add anything to those or build on those?
Yes, well, I think we learned that other family members have direct experience of some of the problems. Is what we were learning from some of the participants. So that's always good to get it first or second hand. The big thing, I think, is on the questions around, say, identifiers and also on trust. Then they do lend themselves to having further workshops, to really educational rather than technical hacking. So I think what was an observation, and one of the cards was about this, is the next event more around further learning and deep dives, I guess, than the the technical hacking. So I think that was a takeaway, just to try and summarize on some of the points. And then you could, as Yasmin's indicated, some of the big headings are prior to actual employment. There's a whole set of requirements around that. And several comments were around, don't just think about the clinicians, think about other types of staff. I think some was NHS professionals just highlighting the sheer scale, and that they need to think nationally rather than just England, NHS England. So I think thinking through, which I think relates to the trust issue. So I think we've got some deep dives that we could usefully organise coming out of this, and perhaps further design work on how would we go about doing the pre-employment engagement better with different types of staff, and then once they're into that into the actual onboarding processes, then obviously there was a fair amount of interest in the actual workflows, whether it's provisioning or the authentication. So we've got a number of big areas, I think, that we can divide up all the feedback.
Brilliant. Lovely. Thank you very much for that summary. I hope that's useful to people who weren't in that breakout session. That said, though, some massively common themes, which is always quite reassuring. So if I just do a quick overview of what we had in the staff rostering one. So I've just grouped into three sort of key themes. The first one we looked at, and these are in no particular order. We had there's the acknowledgement that there's a really broad spectrum of the types of data flow just in the area of staff rostering, from a like an interoperability and a data exchange point of view. Some of the patterns are potentially quite simple. Some of them are mega complex. So it's more of an observation rather than anything. But that being the case, in terms of design thinking and where we might go next, it creates a bit of an argument for just gaining momentum with something, trying to start small and go from there and see where we can get to. And that's when we then got into the idea, as you said there, Phil and Yasmin, we raised the question of whether is now the right time to actually hack something. I don't think we necessarily need to make it an either or, but actually this the word INTEROPen was thrown around, deep dive, whatever it may be, but something more process orientated rather than necessarily technology orientated, or at least the two in tandem. So that's definitely something that we'd like to explore when we go into the hack planning. In terms of other concepts that relate back to the user research that we looked at, a few sort of phrases that resonated, that there might be a feeling that staff out there with rostering systems maybe don't really necessarily like how they currently interact with their systems, but if it kind of works, they're maybe hesitant or maybe even fearful of changing it or touching it, whether that be, as some people recounted, using Excel sheets, exchanging screenshots of things. It may feel really digitally immature, but they've gotten used to using it and it works, and in the heat of the moment when they need to know what they're doing in the next hour, never mind the next day, they've gained sufficient trust with it to work with it. So as a design community, whether we like that or not, it's something we need to be aware of and factor into how we think. And these next two post-its here sort of reiterate that. So with the nature of rostering being that there are multiple actors at the same time, the only way that interaction is going to work is if everyone is sort of using the same thing, and that's what degrades the level of digital maturity of the things that people are using. So people regress to what feels most comfortable, was the hypothesis. But that then brings in this theory of, we keep hearing about this, is how do other, or we're not the first organisations to come across the problem that it's not all people with masters in computer science that are using apps. There's plenty of other apps out there in technology that do work for people that we would call digitally immature, in inverted commas. So how do we overcome that problem? And that's obviously far bigger than just in staff rostering. And then the final point was just in terms of, again, how we think about what comes next. We talked briefly about the acknowledgement of how the NHS market works, particularly in the rostering sector, but elsewhere as well. We can't change the fact that there are many organisations, many people in those organisations, all using many different systems, and that's just the way the NHS works. So again, perhaps stating the obvious, but useful just to remind ourselves that it's not as easy as some people might think, without all that background knowledge, to just design one new thing and everyone will pick it up. It's got to fit into the context of how the market and supply systems operate. So I'll move on from that quick summary of rostering, and I think I'm handing over to Bryn on the staff training and career management one.
You are. So we had a really rich debate, and saw many things that resonate with what the other groups have said around the complexity and the variation that there is across the NHS, but called out just how important this app will be to help level the access and get the benefit out of that complexity whilst creating a wider playing field for new entrants, new transformation. So one point that was made is even if this app just sorted out the identity access management single sign-on, that getting people to access things in its first instance, that in itself would be massively transformational. We moved on a lot and realized that the impact of the transformation we're talking about is far, far wider than this app. And we need to think about the procurement standards, the interoperability standards. We need to think about what is mandated so that all of the different areas where training and career management come in are over time recorded, onboarded, embedded, enabled to go things there. And that also requires policy and behavior change. It often came up that I, as a nurse, have gone to one organization, have done a load of mandatory and statutory training. I then rotate to a different organization and have to do it all over again, because even though my records are there, they're not accepted or they're not ported, and the technology can do it. It's policy that says, yeah, actually, if you've got all of that, we could enable greater mobility of the workforce by having greater transparency around that. There is good precedent to learn from. The NHS app that was done for the patients, how things were mandated for that and used, how things were left open to the market, how interoperability came through is really, really powerful. We then got into some really interesting debates. So the ability to get training records and skills records together can start to make the difference between someone who is trained to do something versus someone who is competent to do it, having actually practiced that and been assessed for it. How that competency is grown by them working across different teams and different departments. How wider skills like mentoring, social support, other areas are brought through as a really richer record of the individual to help their development. How we link with the professional bodies as part of the CPD and the continuing registration comes through. And also as we look back to rostering of saying, not only do you need to be rostered based on your identities, but if you can roster based on the skills as well, particularly when you're moving people between organizations, this app and the concept behind it becomes an absolute key enabler. So all the stuff that we're kicking off around interoperability, standards, identity and access management is key, but it changes that part of a much, much wider complex system as we integrate in all of the others. So really rich debate. And I've called out in some of these things, some of our suggestions that would then go into a potential hackathon, but there's also a lot of work to do to manage that complexity within that hackathon.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Bryn. Really appreciate it. And thanks again to everyone that contributed to that breakout room and all the other breakout rooms. So what I'm going to do now is we won't go back to the slides because there was only one slide in there that had a couple of bullets just to set the scene for the next session. And all they said was when we're running the hack planning session, just to try and focus minds, there's three things really at a very high level we want to get out of sharing our hack planning process with you. And those three questions are, what will inspire you to come back? What will inspire you to tell other people to come back, whether that's people in your organizations with different skill sets or other partners that might not be on this call that you now think, yeah, they really should come because A, it'll be good for them and it'll be good for the NHS. And also, more crunchily, what is it that we as a program team need to spend the next few weeks thinking about to get those things in place? So looking at our Miro board, what we have here, if I just quickly give a quick showcase of what we've got, it's quite a busy slide. But that's because this is our sort of our live thinking about where we need to go with it. And we'd rather not just cover it up for no reason. We're trying to think that this is just a thought process to try and get in line. What do we need to do to get to a position where you and many others will come back to a hack? The idea of the session is going to be same as all the others. We've got a thing on the page, and we'd really like you to put post-it notes all over it. Ideally color coded, but we're not that bothered. Next to anything on here that you think is useful information to us. So as you work your way down the process flows, I'm not going to go through every node in part of the intro, but you can see there's an obvious split here in terms of I'm here and ready. The fact that you joined this call means hopefully you had some interest in coming back to a hackathon, which is great. But how do we get you on the next stage? And we're assuming we need to be able to tell you what is it you're coming back for and why. And assuming we can win that battle, we need to come around to here, which is, well, how is it going to happen? Where is it going to happen virtually? When and who's going to be involved, which is all the logistics side of it. What's the bits and pieces we need to get in place? So in terms of the what and the why, we're expecting to have to do some sort of evolution of some of the things you've seen today in terms of problem statements, vision, scope, objectives. As you work through these things, if it's things you've already seen and you've got ideas for framing them differently, adding to them, making them clearer, please let us know. Some of these other things here in terms of who else we might want to hear from, the idea of personas, user stories, how we might then convey some of that stuff in terms of reference libraries, etc. This is a key theme that we've just touched on there in all of the breakouts, I think, as well as say what should we hack, what shouldn't we hack, and actually are we even hacking? That might seem very, very big picture, but again, please do put thoughts around here of the thing that we all come back to again on the next stage with a clear view saying that we're making progress and we're moving onwards in a positive direction. What does that session look like? And if it's not some of these things that you can see over here, these things are all obviously more geared towards a technically based hack. If there are other things that you think that the session needs to go in a different direction, please feel free to add in other information as to where we might want to go with that. A couple of other bits just to be aware of. All I've done here on these black stickies down the bottom, this was just me pulling in a couple of things from earlier in the day that felt relevant. They're just snippets of things that people have said elsewhere that might be relevant to help us shape how we plan things. If I come over to this section of the board, these are just the more nuts and bolts logistics of what we would do to run an event, really. So again, if you've got any thoughts about just really basic things like shaping agendas and timings, how we actually do the idea of conferencing together, how you would expect to see things played back to you by the time we've done things, and also indeed, how would you expect to give things over to us if you come in and you've contributed or you've hacked something on either in your organization or with a group of partners, how it could be handed over, how would we evaluate things, and this concept of teaming, which I hope is going to happen and will be useful. This board here is just if anyone's feeling brave enough to try and put some post-it notes on here to, again, it's a little bit like we did at the very start of the session, to re-identify yourself or your organization with one of these call cards. And all we put on there, please don't feel obliged to stick to the format I put on there. It's just to reiterate who you are, what can you do, and what do you need from a partner, whether that be the event itself or other people. So if you're a particular supplier and actually you think I could really do something useful in this space, if only I could partner with another type of supplier, this would be a great way to call it out. Similarly, if you see something that you want to respond to, use one of the post-its to put it next to someone that's already put that up there. But equally useful to us are these red ones at the bottom. So actually from everything you've seen and heard today, if you've still got that desire that, you're in the place where you really do want to help out and get involved in this, but there's something substantial that's maybe stopping you from doing that or coming to the table straight away, please use one of these to let us know what you would like to do, but what the but is. So what is it that we can perhaps unblock to bring you back and bring us back in the future? So that's all I'm going to say at the moment. I'm tempted to just, at this session, as we've obviously got the verbal mode here for Zoom to continue talking. Please, I can see people already starting on the post-it notes, which is great. The way we'd proceed to run this session, especially since we've got a big group, we'll let the post-it notes start to evolve. Hopefully that's made sense. If people do have any comments or things they would like to raise verbally to the group, we'll continue to monitor the chat in Zoom. I haven't actually got the chat window open at the moment. But if anyone does have any comments about the structure of the session, what we're hoping to achieve from it, or any clarifications, please give us a shout now. And then what I'll invite the other facilitators on the call to do as well, please feel free also to continue browsing stuff as it appears on Miro. And if there's things on there that we think are worth discussing, let's raise them on the call as well and see if we can generate conversation that way. So I will stop sharing my screen. If anyone, for whatever reason, still can't access Miro and would like me to continuing it, please do just drop a message in the chat. But I know it can be confusing to navigate Miro yourself and watch something else doing it at the same time. So. First thing I might just invite people to do, if anyone fancies it on the wider call, is just coming back to this concept of probably the highest level concept we've got really, which is it even a hackathon? If there's anyone from the breakout groups who were involved in those conversations about, do we perhaps deviate slightly onto something more process based or deep dive based? Has anyone got any thoughts to share on that we can talk about and then make sure we can?
I do.
Danny, please.
I do. Never short of opinions. So my opinion is that the NHS staff app should be very similar to the NHS citizen app, which I lead. Not because I lead it, but just because listening to all the discussions today, it sounds like creating something centrally that everyone has to use locally is just not going to work. But allowing people locally to choose from a wide range of rostering and onboarding and training, etc., applications, all of which conform to a set of standards that can be centrally defined, is far more likely to succeed. And there's already a bit of that at the moment. Therefore, what the staff app would be, analogous to the NHS app, is essentially a window, an authenticated window into all of these different applications. And what would happen is when you log in, it would basically look you up and go, who are you? And based on who you are, it would then say, oh, well, you're so-and-so, therefore you have access to these 28 different systems. And just click on the buttons and I'll take you into them. And I might even aggregate some data up onto a screen for you if they have APIs. So to that end, I'm not entirely sure what one would hack in a hackathon, because I don't think there are, I don't think. I have no knowledge about whether there are systems that are ready for an integration focused hackathon. If there are, great, because what we'd be able to do is to get a bunch of UCD people to design some screens, and we could actually hack together what that front end would look like and start doing some integrations. But it's really, really dependent on there being a few, at least, staff applications that are available for web and API integration.
Okay.
It sounded like Danny was, sorry, Dave, it sounded like Danny was saying, because I think he's, in that comment, he's endorsing that it's more of a process thing than a technical thing, I think. Because I would actually agree with what he said about the NHS Citizen app and exposing, there's however many trusts in the country, 400. They all use different onboarding, they all use different applicant tracking systems, they all have different rostering and ways of making workers compliant. Many of them use different training apps. We know some use the ESR integrated one, some use the NHS provided one, some use LearnSpace, the guys who do the training e-learning. And the thing is those trusts don't want to change that just because there's now a workforce app for work, for workers. So those guys all underneath that need to be able to plug into those apps so that the worker or the workforce can take their stuff and move it around and passport it. So it's more of an accreditation / how do those technology and service providers that sit underneath, training providers, onboarding providers, credential providers, NMC, GMC, all of those plug into, and I would agree with what Danny's saying. I'd completely agree with it.
I don't think the system suppliers that may otherwise offer a digital service in the staff app need to necessarily be ready as such, or even come to a hackathon and fully complete doing the integration, because presumably a couple of days won't be enough. But isn't part of the point that giving it a go for a couple of days, flushing out what the issues might be, actually take you to a point where it surfaces a bunch of stuff that can be fed into the requirements for the staff app?
Oh yeah, but table stakes, for example, if we were to go with a minimum viable product of an app, and this is just a suggestion, let's imagine that an MVP is, if you use this mobile app, you'll get single sign-on into all of the other systems that you use. that's predicated on all of the other systems actually being integrated with CIS2 or whichever authentication mechanism we're going to use. So the point is, if we don't even have a few staff solutions that are currently in place in trusts that use that sort of authentication, then we can't even start.
I don't know, because like, let's just say hypothetically it's just a hack. We say, you know what, actually there will be no sign-in solution to this platform, this hack thing, but what we want to explore is, you know, what about this concept of workflow? Because I don't think in the patient app what may be being specified exists in the patient app at the moment. So what I'm understanding is that there will be some kind of workflow element where you'll do something in one digital service and somehow the app will orchestrate the flow onto another digital service in the app. How will that work?
It's like you've been sat in my meetings, because I've been saying we need a workflow for citizens.
Yeah. And then there's this concept of like beyond the identity and a few kind of abstract claims, how will we know enough about each staff member to be able to offer them with a personalized experience like seems to be being asked for in the user needs? You know, it's almost like if you have each digital service in their own right, owning a little bit of the data, but it's all closed off in their area, then the whole of an individual is distributed across all these different places, and you don't have enough information to be able to offer them with a personal experience across the one digital front door.
Very interesting, and it's making me like, again, high level. There's lots of ideas there, and I'm just trying to think, what does it mean for where you would start? I mean, there's loads of different ways that you could start, aren't there? And I think there's whether you start more front end focused or back end focused.
I'd say having listened to Danny and then Rob, I think Danny hits the nail on the head. You always get off to a better start when you identify a minimum viable product, and all of the things that Rob said are next steps. They're things to consider, things to make sure that we're planning for. But if you want this to work, then the minimum viable product is the front door. Then you start looking at how the various apps that are plugged in start providing data to give visibility to the intelligence data that helps decision making and, you know, provides individuals with a rich experience. But yeah, minimum viable product is a really good place to start, and I think Danny has succinctly identified what will, for nearly everybody in the clinical workforce at least, people like me that sit at desks, things are fine, you know, Google remembers my password. When you're in a clinical setting and you've got 10 minutes to go on, do something, you've got to remember where it is, you've got to remember your login for it, you've got to get the other person that's logged onto the machine to log off before you can get it at it. That single front door is massive in terms of the benefit that it brings, and then sequence things after that is a very, very sound idea, I think.
Okay, so just trying to flesh it out then. So in terms of, oh, go on, Brent.
It's very much what came through across the wider group when Danny was in this group in room 3, where we were talking about how much having that then unlocked the standards, unlocked the things that goes into procurement, unlocked the ability for things to go in. And if we can crack that bit, we take everything forward as part of that journey. But without that bit, as many of us are saying, we have a big challenge, and we have got good stuff to learn from and build on already.
So what I was going to, if we take the hypothesis that the MVP is the digital front doors, I think you were just saying there, what would, and some people may disagree, but if we just work with that hypothesis, what would you need to come back to a hack that started with that as the very high level MVP? That's what we're here to test the hypothesis of.
There were 2, ideally, staff applications that already have integration with CIS2, then a decent mobile developer would be able to create a mobile app in a couple of days that shows how you could log in to the app, and then it would federate that login over to those 2 other applications. And if you did that and you showed it to some people, based on what I've heard over the last few hours, I think there'll be a lot of appreciative people.
Any other thoughts? Thank you.
I mean, notwithstanding the bit about NHS login, but couldn't, maybe this is too crude, but couldn't the NHS just clone, whatever the word is, the patient app, put staff app at the top of it and use that as a baseline for starting the hack?
Good question. Theoretically, yes, but knowing exactly what's inside it, I'd say you'd be throwing most of it away, because the mobile app bit, the bit that actually goes on your phone, and by the way, we released a new version an hour ago. Have a look, 3.1. The bit that goes on your phone is very thin. It is NHS login integration, a header, a footer, and a carousel that tells you what's in the app. That's it. Everything else is the secret sauce. Actually, is a website. And what's happening is we're rendering the website in between the header and the footer. And that's why you'll see there's a URL in the chat. You can access everything in the NHS app through a browser. So all you don't get is biometric login. So you'd have to throw most of what's in the mobile app bit away, because it's a different authentication, a different header, and a different footer.
Right, you want to both come in here? So just from the sort of the program SRO side, so Marcus, on here, obviously we talked about sort of this vision. I know there's been this ongoing conversation around, you know, is it a staff app? Is it a staff board? You know, what does it look like? And I said, Marcus may not still been there, Corey may have rejoined. But sort of Phil, travelling from your side, Kira from your side, you know, what do you guys think about sort of hearing this? And others, you know, how does that resonate? You know, we're talking about now, you know, going down quite a particular route here around, you know, NHS staff app, really well defined, rolled out, but sort of looking at something similar as a starting point. Do we feel that stifles the opportunity to look wider at a hackathon, or does that feel like a rational, you know, train to go down that you know, gives us a starting point that's already sponsored?
We do have Marcus on, just to let you know.
Yeah. So, well, this is the purpose is to identify areas of opportunity to explore. So this is one of them, that we can tee up further work on what the design of this concept looks like. And I'm just tempted to put up one of our slides we had before. So it was directly talking to this idea of a staff app that can pop you into other applications, and it essentially handles that interaction with the individual, so they can authenticate. So what we can explore that definitely as one of the areas, and so that's obviously one of the first things to catch and to plan forwards for. So yeah, that makes perfect sense, and I think it builds on some of the work we've been looking at and have sketched out. As I say, so it's almost in that previous slide that we looked at briefly. So, and then there's a number of people that would clearly like to contribute to that. So I think that's a good topic. So I would mark that down as one area of work. And then we can line up, well, what else would we do to sort of follow on from that, to pick up, you know, some of the other big headings that I was touching on.
And then I'll just jump in and pick up on that and say that I think, as well as doing that minimum viable product, I'd certainly be interested in looking at kind of what's the roadmap. Maybe not implementing the next steps, but what are those next steps? What are the kind of the next minimum chunks of data that need to be shareable and exposed through the staff app?
Yeah.
And then, you know, across the different areas just looked at.
Because what we want to do is orchestrate. We don't want to orchestrate too many things, and we just can't make progress. But as Charlie and PRSB were alluding to, they're going to be doing some work on the data standards. So that's a follow-up piece of work. And then if we've got this idea of a start point for an app as the front door, then we do then want to identify where is it we could actually make progress, where is it we've got suppliers who can participate, show value against the user needs, that can adopt some of those data standards. And I think we had a few indications of that. For instance, the provisioning side was one area of workflow and opportunity. And there could be others. Going back to with NHS professionals, the provisioning happens as you are employed, but we've also said, well, it's that pre-employment stage we really need to focus on as well. And that's where the staff app should provide the bridge. It should help someone with that pre-employment stage. Then when they do have an employment contract and we want to kick in the provisioning workflow, so they then get access to the subsequent EMIS here or Cerner there or whatever it is, or the ESR, then that is then enabled. So I think having the staff app handling that lightweight set of functionality to bridge the two experience journeys of pre-employment and then actual employment, I mean, that seems to me, and where the data standards fit in with that, then that's 4 or 5 sort of areas that we can explore.
I can see hands up from Dean and Danny. I presume Dean's first.
Sorry, yeah, just extending on Phil's thing. One of the things I would request, I mean, obviously us being a temporary staffing workforce provider, we are actually, not to kind of big us up or anything, but we're the largest single employer in the NHS. We've got over 100,000 people on the bank. And so we've got access to a large proportion. But one of the things we should try, and if you're thinking about a staff app, is try and not think about people who genuinely want to work temporary. They're not employed by an NHS trust. So how do they get access to the benefits of, having a staff app as well, because they don't have a CIS2 login, or should they have one? There's all, and then so in our breakout, we were talking about, as Phil talked about, the pre-employment. The department has asked us as an organization, we've been out recruiting in India, Philippines, nurses. We also very active in non-clinical as well. And these people, we taking, as I was saying earlier, we're taking approaches that are more private sector to recruiting non-clinical staff, like receptionists, porters, cleaners, gardeners. And they also, I could almost envisage, as Danny was describing, an app where you register and you get a very bare minimum, but you've got a profile and an identity. Maybe you can start looking at NHS jobs, if they could surface themselves in, and then you go through the kind of maturity of becoming part of the NHS workforce family, if that makes sense. So yeah, just kind of flagging up, temporary staff are also, I think now they account for nearly 30% of shifts filled. Was the number we heard. It's a big number.
And I think that brings in the what we want to do is, having heard from Lancashire and South Cumbria ICB and their priorities around, say, collaborative banks and that interoperability with rosterings, they pick up the unfilled shifts. So what we want to do is provide something that the ICB can say, yeah, that fits in with us and our sort of top priorities. So if they are going to say do work on realising collaborative banks, that provides the feed of staff, just as you've mentioned, Dean, to then be the feed into this pre-employment journey, and then the other pieces follow as described. So in a way, you can now see, sort of a handful. And I think once we've got a handful, we've got enough. But I'm really keen that whatever we do as suppliers and nationally, it's grounded in how does this actually work to improve the front line, whether it's Blackpool or Sheffield, but equally at the ICB, because they need to get their teeth into this. They do want to, as we've heard. So let's make them part of this journey.
Thank you. Just before I ring Danny and Bryn, you've got their hands up. I'll just we'll run this probably for at least another 20 to 30 minutes. Please do again just keep scooting around the board as the conversation evolves, and feel free to please do stick post-it notes on anywhere you can with any useful nuggets. But Danny, I'll come back to you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to disagree with myself now, because human beings can do cognitive dissonance very well. So I was saying about just having a single authentication mechanism, but I'm aware that we're light years away from that. And I was listening to what Dean was saying about, starting with searching for a job. And so I was wondering if actually with the app could also either store credentials or use the phone's capability to store credentials. so that essentially it could start with, you know, the app, and it would store your NHS job search credentials. I presume there's some sort of login for NHS jobs. So it'd store that, or at least have access to it. And then when you get a role, I presume everyone has an ESR ID so they can get paid. So it would then store or have access to one or more ESR IDs, because I appreciate if you move around. And so you'd be able to get to ESR through the app, current ESR, future, let's not talk about that. And then you could add in CIS2 as well. And so at least what that would do is it would give you a pretty broad brush. Now, would you want to then add in all of your other credentials and use it as a bit of a password manager? Not convinced, possibly. It's something worth discussing. But yeah.
So on that, Danny, I think that's where, as we do the follow-up, we can add that extra colour and detail. So we've touched on the integration of the staff app idea with the staff passport, which is an actual real thing. So yes, it can hold a multiplicity of credentials. One type of credential can be you are employed at Blackpool Teaching Hospital credential. You use that to log in. It's an authentication factor along with your biometric. So now with one touch, so to speak, you're into the Blackpool environment and whatever Blackpool's got lined up for you, as you were describing. If you are in parallel, because you work for NHS professionals, you've also got an employment contract with East Lancs down the road, then you can have an East Lancs employment credential. And now what you can do is flick between the two sets of apps. And when you need to, you've got proof of employment. You can resurrect your NHS Mail account, because that's the national service, because you're proof of employment. And it covers Martin's point. He did say that sometimes you need different inboxes for governance reasons. So again, the credentials per employment provide that means of exercising the separation of concerns, which is important. But the proof that you're employed has other value. So you could use it, might be useful to NHS professionals, but you can use it if you wanted to, if, for instance, going back to CIS, because again, we've got to sort out integration with multiple national estates. That if you're employed, that's the point we want to provision you with CIS to get you into access to the e-referral. So if you're a clinician working in Blackpool that day because you've been pulled in off NHS professionals, then obviously you see patients, you've got to navigate them using referrals. So this is where we can start to connect up, let's call it the fabric of our local ICB and national estates. And that's the, we can see, so that's the opportunity we've sketched out, but now we're touching on the journey. And again, what I'm keen to do is we can see some national concepts, some national ideas, but let's make sure we can walk the journey from the point of view of the individual member of staff or would-be member of staff, as well as I say for local and ICB, in conjunction with the national actors. And again, the opportunity we've got where we are is we can bring the national actors in, whether it's patient app or SIS2 or NHS Mail folks.
Thank you. Very patient hand up from Bryn. I'll bring you in one moment. Well, before I bring in, it'd be good if people could have a little think now as well, because there's so many really good ideas coming to the surface here. It's almost like we're getting into the idea-a-thon and what we said we might do anyway, which is the sort of how can we at least conceptually design or think about a thing that we could build. Please do have a think about, just in real bold terms, what things do we need to put in place to get us all to a place where we could start doing some of those things, and more importantly, to bring you back to the table to get involved in doing some of those. So there's anything you can think about, casting your mind back to what you've heard from a user research angle, what you know about who we've spoken to, how we've spoken to them, anything you've seen on the system maps. If there's anything you can see, this all sounds great, but before we start, you need to do X. Feedback along those lines will be really, really appreciated. On that note, Bryn, in you come.
So I've loved the really, really rich debate. And Phil, this takes me back to a couple of the other conversations that we've had. And it occurs to me that the digital experience for the staff is going to be very, very different to what we'd want the digital experience for a patient to be. And we're talking about them interacting with really rich information systems. We're talking about a lot of really interesting things going on. So one thing we could do is to sit down and hack and work out what that digital experience needs to be for these completely different user cases and the different plethora of things that are going to come through. I think the MVP being the key that unlocks all the things that I do and don't know that I need, it has resonated really well. But we're talking about really rich information resources to get to, not just the ability to find out what on earth COVID jab variant I had, which I value incredibly. So we could hack that part of it. And lots of learning from the staff app, from the patient app, sorry, which has been incredible. But the other thing that occurs to me is the app isn't an integration engine, or not as I see it. So when we start looking at Charlie's information standards work, when we've looked at the different user cases of how different systems are going to interact, some of the data flows to realize this whole vision probably don't go via the app. And there's other flows and things to map out that would be how professional registration systems can interact with CPD systems, that and other things. And the app might be the event trigger. It might be the identity trigger. It might be the thing that unlocks it. It might be the thing that says, yes, actually, I will let you link what I do for NHS professionals with what I did over here with what I did there. It could be a key unlocker for consent to do that. But I don't think it's an integration engine. So working out that wider ecosystem could also be a really interesting thing, because the vision of what we're trying to achieve and the impact for the care professionals, for their employing organizations and for their professional bodies is much, much, much bigger and better than just having this app. But the app's the key that makes it happen. So we've got to sort out the digital experience, as Charlie's well said, sort out the information standards, and then bring that wider piece in. I think what Dean said about being a route to onboarding into the NHS as well, from our first contact through to all the way through, also applies to how we get people in through student nurses and other things, where we've also got recruitment and retention challenges. So there's an awful lot there.
In the chat, we've got a number of comments that just build on what you're saying. And I think people are even turning into, let's turn these into epics. So Matthew Law, for instance, is saying, this is through a number of parts here, which is what you're saying, Britain. How do we sort of understand them and then bring the parts together, which I think was what you were directly talking to. And I think that's what we need to do. I'm afraid we could identify 15, 25 parts, but if we can identify 5 parts, and then, as you've said, how do we then bridge the member of staff into the 5? But equally, what we want to do is we do want to let the training team collaborate and go improve the training capabilities. Once they've understood how they fit into the picture, that we want to enable them to get on with that. Versus another team exploring the provisioning, say. So this is where the people are going, well, we need to do some planning, we need to do the breakdown, we need to make that clear. So this is where I think instead of just building on this idea, yes, I can see the need for hacks, but let's get the teams in those 5 parts to go and hack their bits and then show it how it adds to the whole, some of the parts of the thing. But I think the key thing is, let's identify the 5 topics, looking at my fingers on my one hand here, keep it simple, and then do sort of learnathon deep dives on each of those, where we can facilitate the common threads that we need, that we've highlighted, just grasping on what people are saying to see if that starts to stick and help us do so. Because what would be nice is, say, in a week's time, we write up the notes of what we're discussing, put it out there, and then we can build on what comes next. Because if in the next week we can say, here's the main readout from today, here's what we think we're going to do, here are the 5 headings and the 5 activities that are going to follow, we'll come back together again in October, perhaps as planned, and do a bit more exploration with a view to how do the bits of the jigsaw come together.
Thank you. So just to change that maybe briefly, I'm at a glance at the moment, I can't see exactly who's left on the call or what people's backgrounds are, but people who are perhaps a bit more aligned to either the product side or the user side in terms of experiences of what people are doing day to day. How is this conversation resonating in terms of do you feel like it's starting to shift in the right direction? Because what I'm hearing is there's a lot around the sort of the identity side, the single sign-on. Can you see enough of a thread between that and the user research you heard earlier on? And I guess where I'm going with that is, to Phil's point there, to get us to a point of starting to do something, is there any more information that we as a program team would need to present to ensure that that link is there? Hopefully that makes sense.
David, just on that, just sorry, and I'm definitely not the right person to answer that question, so apologies. Just to add to that, so look, as well, you know, we've had it one day on this, on, you know, a huge bit, you know, amazing input. We've got lots in here. What we'll do is, and again, I'm not sure what form this will take, we will share an output off the back of this, which may look at the user needs, which might give you guys time to go away, have a proper look back through those user needs again, what the workforce have been saying that might help to influence that a little bit. But I suppose just from David's side, yeah, some things in your head, you know, and to his point, so that we can really plan to, it's a session that all can join. It's really inclusive. It's that question. Is there anything else that you think, you know, guys, we haven't quite got what we need there, and therefore, you know, give us that before we leave today?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll just reiterate then. I say we've definitely got time on the agenda to let these theme of conversations continue running. One final note to Josh is, again, anything else you can think of in logistics terms, thoughts, or stuff you'd like to see when that does come out. So in terms of casting your mind forward to a week or so, whenever things do come out, you can say, here's what we took from it as a program team. Stuff that would give you a lot of positivity and optimism that we've definitely captured and thought, please make sure that that's left on the post-it notes. What I might do, and is there anyone else on the call who does have anything at all that they'd like to say in terms of themes of how this could link and drive next steps? So we absolutely don't have to run it for the entire time that it was allocated to, but we do have time if anyone has any sort of thoughts to still explore.
I have a comment.
Sure enough, yeah.
So I feel like I need to go away and digest some of the conversation in order to feed back. So obviously you've got the digital passport project happening, and that forms part of this project as well. I guess I'm a little confused, and I think therefore I'm on the fence as to whether a hack is the right move, because I think we're solutionizing before really identifying the problems. But I'm confused about in order to have the digital passport, you've got to solve some of the authentication, the credentialing, the whole kind of trust piece about I am who I am. So naturally, some of that is going to form some of this solution. And I think I'm struggling to see how the two things are different, because they feel one and the same to me.
Good call.
So in terms of as a crunchy thing, are we saying that would be a useful thing for us to be able to play back and make sure that we can?
Yeah,
well, it's not a problem, I guess. Maybe you can understand.
I don't think it solves everything, and I think there is way more low-hanging fruits that you can pick at, with the digital passport being something that's further goal. But I do struggle to see. I feel like you're in danger of having two applications. One is this front end, and one's the digital passport. And are they really the same, and are they really any different?
Yeah, great point. Yeah.
If I can come in on that as well, just something that shown it almost certainly won't give you the complete answer to that question, but just to give a bit of background around what's been happening. So the Learnathon event today was bringing everyone together. So there's been two parts to this discovery research. The first bit is the bit that Snook have been looking at, which is really around digging in to what the user needs are, what it could look like, sort of the touchy-feely side from the actual functionality side. The other part has been saying there was discovery work done back in 2019 by an organisation revisited in 2021. There is a recognition there is a plethora of other programs going on that Marcus mentioned earlier. And actually, yes, it would be completely counterintuitive to treat this as a silo and just drive it forward and not consider, you know, as Danny was talking really well about the NHS app, not to look at the other rostering solutions that are out there. So the other half of this work that's happening in the interim is around how we can create almost that interface between all of those programs now, which would make complete sense. I guess that then starts to answer that question around, you know, where you've got these things being developed in the DSP, where you've got the likes of Danny and co, you know, new release literally an hour ago coming through, you know, they're not just being sort of side noise, they're all part of it. I think that work continues and we need to be there by the time we get to the hackathon before articulating it so that it's really clear. If that's any help.
Lovely. Thanks, Josh.
Sorry. Danny, you got your hand.
Yeah,
oh, sorry.
So it's just on what you said, Shona, about worrying about having two things, the app and the passport. I think they're very much complementary, because the passport essentially would be a system of record, which says, you know, these are the credentials that I have, consumed by a whole load of different people and services and what have you. Whereas a staff app is essentially a route for staff to get access to a whole range of different facilities that they need to do their job. And, you know, potentially it would refer to the passport as part of its sort of decision-making process about what to display on the screen and things like that.
That makes a lot of sense. I think I'm probably a few steps away from the passport conversation. When I was last involved, which is, gosh, maybe 18 months or maybe even 2 years ago now, there was that desire for that application also to allow you to system access as well as credential access. Your conversation about it wouldn't just be about proving who you are and it being a record, but it does actually gain you access to systems. I felt like that was boiling the ocean at the time, so maybe breaking it down makes more sense, but it could also be that I'm just a few years away from the conversation now.
It may be worth thinking about it in this way. As an employee, for the digital staff passport, you almost get two bits. You get the bit that's the wallet that's held on your phone, and that's really like your personal bit. And the other bit of it is the bit that you interact with your employer, where you go to a site and they issue you with some credentials. I think that second bit that I've just described, I can see a case where that bit of it goes into the staff app, but the bit that remains in your wallet that's got your actual, like the little credit card things, that in that wallet may have credit card things from other people as well, like your bank or I don't know, your driving license. That to me feels like quite separate and in your personal domain. So in a way, the digital staff passport's trying to bridge the two domains, the bit about you as the employee and interacting with your employer, but also this bit that's in your domain that's on your wallet and the credentials and where they sit.
I mean, it feels like there's even scope there in terms of for future work and collaboration and sessions, even just being able to explore and figure out what it is that we want from those things, but also be able to articulate it in a way that I mean, good. The brains on this call, we've talked about digital immaturity before. If we're having these conversations about what it is and what it isn't, then it's going to be hard to explain it to lots of others, isn't it? So it'd be a really good way to explore some stuff maybe in future.
Yeah.
And I think, Dave, sorry, go on, Rob.
I was just going to say, you know, it can be easy to get for it to be confusing, and it becomes a bit like a chicken and egg. You know, like if you've got the digital staff passport and the digital staff passport were in the staff app, but then you need the digital staff passport to log into the staff app, what comes first? And that bit that I just described, I think, helps to break that chicken and egg.
Yeah, brilliant. We've got a couple, just as we get towards the end of the session, more hands up now.
Danny, now, chicken and eggs.
Is that a new hand, Danny?
It is a new hand. I've had a thought just listening again to what everyone was saying. Instead of a hackathon where people start coding stuff, just listening to the discussion over the last few minutes, there's clearly a lot of yes, but what are we trying to achieve here? Which is perfectly reasonable because we're still early on. What if the event was a service design-a-thon, and essentially teams got together to actually do service design of the sort of key use cases? So service design for onboarding, service design for training, etc., etc. because I think those could be quite helpful outputs.
And
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
lends itself to some of the key questions, around trust, for instance. And we've learned that it's a big job, big investment of time to work on the policies rather than just the digital. So, yeah, have that service design idea. I think it's good.
Brilliant. Yasmin, I can see your hand up there.
I think Josh's went up before mine. Not to jump the queue.
That's very kind of you. Yeah, it's great. Just again, this isn't we're not solutioning here today, but I suppose what would be good to take away. So we talked about the staff app, one, and do you integrate through? We've talked about with the Sidekick side really helpfully around sort of looking at the wider hack. I suppose if you also look at another option, which I think has been articulated. So for example, I've got a folder on my iPhone that is all Google applications. They've got 5 or 6 whatever applications there, but I want to go into that folder. Any of those that I go into, the authentication and then they're exactly the same. So I suppose the other way to look at it, is it almost a library of this is an option, this is for discussion, a library of things. So you've got your staff app, digital staff passport, and there's another staff app, but they all sit as part of a portfolio under one. If that's already been said, really sorry, but I guess just for completeness and looking wider than sort of integrating into one thing, which would be obviously the utopian ideal one thing you do, may also be worth consideration here.
Well, thank you. Yasmin?
Yeah, thanks, Dave. So yeah, just going back to the question around digital staff passport and the staff app, and I think one of our work streams that we haven't spoken about today, because we've very much focused on our new discovery and the research and the outputs, is our partnerships discovery. So we have been exploring, we have been looking at DSB, PASA, People Digital Vision, all these other programs, which we see as enablers. So we see them as kind of key enablers, and what are they trying to do and what are they trying to achieve? And the bigger picture is that service design element, which goes back to the very point I said at the very beginning, going back to the LinkedIn and the LinkedIn post that I saw. It's not about solutionizing, even though our programs kind of, sets that out. But it's kind of really looking at the service design and what are we trying to achieve and how is it going to work and how are these workflows going to come together if it is going to be that. So I think what we could do as part of the hack, Dave, is share some of or look at what we're doing as part of the other work stream around the partnerships discovery and pull that out. I think that's kind of key here, which we haven't really showcased today. So I think that would be good.
Yeah, absolutely. And bringing it back to the concept of hackathon, service design-a-thon, whatever thon it is that we decide to do next, looping those people in, I think will be key. So there's a logistics thing of are we targeting the right people? Are we getting the right people? Is there anything we might need to do to free up those people? It's always the case that the very people we're trying to serve are probably out there doing operations and saving lives and stuff at the moment, aren't there? So there's loads to think about there in terms of are we getting the right people into the conversation. But yeah, thank you. While we've got you, Yasmin, I think we might be good to move to the next stage of the agenda, if that works for you now.
Yep, perfectly. I'm really sorry, my camera is on. I just don't think it likes me very much. It's just got a blank screen there. So if Rebecca, if we can put on is it the last slides, Dave?
I think it might actually be, if you want to go to the Miro exercise first, the close down Miro exercise beforehand, I can share my screen on that.
Cool.
Probably the simplest Miro board of the day. Hopefully that's sharing now.
It is. And did we want, Dave, did we want everyone to spend 5 minutes on here just populating those?
Yeah, I mean, would you like me to just explain it or you?
Yeah.
I'm easy either way.
Go for it.
Go for it. Okay, doke. Well, I mean, it shouldn't take much explanation, to be honest. We're very much now into the very final stages of the day. All we've got left to do is this exercise and then some closing remarks from Yasmin. This is just designed to try and do a slightly more focused way of getting the sorts of feedback you'd get on any of these sort of presentations that you go to, but very specific to this concept of us having done a Learnathon, and as you've just seen, with the aspiration to do something else-a-thon next. So back to the things you said before of having heard everything that you've seen today, that first bubble there, it'd be great to see some post-it notes on there about what your hopes are for the future. Hopefully within the realms of what we can achieve ideally, but yeah, what things would you look at and go, having done all this now, I really hope this happens, or I really hope you go and do that, or whatever it may be. Any big picture suggestions? Great that people have left some on all the other boards throughout the day, so thank you very much for that. But if there's any in particular, again, final opportunity to get those really big hitting, resonating ones at the end now. Worries? I mean, it's always useful to hear, might seem a bit negative, but I mean, given the stage we're at, there's obviously loads of things that are, I mean, this is a massive undertaking, isn't it? We're talking about very, very big picture things here. So if there's anything that you think is particularly daunting, or on the flip side, even if it's something really niche and specific, but you think is definitely worth raising, please again, use something around the worry bubble, just so we can make note of that and react accordingly. And again, feel free, if you've got worries that you think you've got solutions for, please also put those in. And that last one, the I will, similar sort of theme to what we were trying to do with the matching and the call responsing on the previous board. If you'd like to take the opportunity again to say, if there's anything in particular you or your organisation or other people you know, no matter how big or small, even if it's just that you're going to go and tell your friends, you're going to go and tell someone else, you're going to read the stuff, you're going to continue to stay engaged. Even things like that are really, really useful to us, just to give us as much of a weather vane as possible to know where we are as a programme, as an emerging idea for a service, and where best for us to go next. So the plan was just to let this board roll for a few minutes. And again, we'll hand over to Yasmin, who will pull out a couple of points from that which we may want to discuss. And then we've just got a couple of closing logistics slides after that. And while I'm sharing my screen, I hope people don't mind, I will zoom around as well. People are welcome to follow me as I zoom in on people's comments. And then Yasmin, you'll be able to see, or indeed everyone will be able to see, the sorts of things that are coming up. there's some really good stuff appearing on here. So thank you very much for everyone that's contributed. I think that was your hand up, Yasmin. Is that from earlier on still?
Oh no, that must be an old one.
All right. So we've got loads on there now, Yasmin. I don't know if you want to
I will
start picking out a couple that resonate. I've tried to move a couple around in the highlights.
Yeah, so I'll start off with I hope. And I really like this one actually. It goes this. Really hope this works. I've been hearing about the same pain points that were highlighted in Discovery for the last 20 years. Which is a really good one. And it's the same really what we've heard, because the previous Discovery was undertaken around 2019, which is what Josh highlighted earlier. And the new Discovery, the pain points are really very similar. So I definitely agree with that one. Another one that I really like is that we can work together to create a real improvement. We don't want to boil the ocean and overcomplicate an already highly complex set of problems. We will focus on the same low-hanging fruits to solve first. And I think that's really good. And the whole point of today is to kind of share and kind of listen to you and kind of learn from what you're saying. So I think that was a really, really nice one. Whatever Learnathon we end up doing keeps improving the NHS staff experience as a core goal. Absolutely. That's one of the core things. And also that's one of our drivers for the programme as well, that really drive staff experience, retain our staff, you know, and really deliver for our workforce as well, and improve what staff are saying to us in the national staff surveys as well. So that's brilliant. So what we hope, I'm going to go over to I suggest, and a lot of it's what we've already heard. One is a 2-stream hack, service design stream plus a technical stream, which is brilliant, because when we started this morning and we were looking at a hack and we start planning for our hack, you know, our focus was, okay, what can we hack, what can we technically do? But now, as the day's gone, it's like we do need to kind of focus on service design, the processes around the data. So that's kind of a key one there as well, which I think is great, and something that we can certainly do when the hack is. I'm just there are too many desperate workforce processes that need to come together. We agree, and that's one of the key things and recommendations that came out of the Discovery work around there's different processes, and one recommendation is to standardize those processes before we deliver any digital solution or put in anything digital to kind of support. So brilliant. I suggest we invite some big players to the NHS HR solutions market allocate, so we can certainly, like I said, look at our enablers that we kind of pointed out as part of our partnerships Discovery, which we haven't really touched on today, and invite those for the next session possibly. So definitely we'll take that away as well. Let's have a look. The Miro board can be very confusing with everyone dragging, dropping things. Sorry, someone's hovering over that. Also requires a lot of zooming in and out. Yeah, I mean, Miro can be done. We hope you've picked up or learnt any new skills there. I know I have today as I've been zooming around it, but definitely for the next session we'll look at what is the best platform or tool that we can use. And we'll take that forward, so we'll have a look at that one. Right. So a lot around the technical design and the MVP. So starting off the MVP, which is good, something around the scope. And that was always my worry when I came into this program, when I was handed here's the staff app program, is the scope of the program and exactly what are we trying to do. Is it an app? Is it not an app? Is it a digital front door? Is it more for process standards? You know, what is it kind of? So definitely I think that the scope of the role, and which is the whole point of the Discovery work, is to kind of narrow that scope. So we're starting big, and then we'll we'll kind of develop where we're going to go in part of the next phase. That's their worry, which is my worry too, and it has kept me up on many occasions at night as well. And I'm hoping by the end of discovery, I'll go back to my normal sleep patterns with. Let's have a look. Scope was not too large. Process, so again, it's around the scopes, which I agree. Right, and then I will. So Dave, feel free to chip in the ones I've missed. Sorry, I am going across them quite quickly. So if there's anything key that you think, that let me know. Love to continue to support this work. Brilliant. That's exactly what one of the takeaways I wanted is for you to we all to come together, build a community of practice, continue working together collaboratively in partnerships. So we listen and we're not just working in silos as well. So that's brilliant to kind of see that. Continue to share experiences of the NHS app. That's brilliant. We have plugged in with the NHS app team a few times, but I think we do need to strengthen those relationships. And we were thinking about setting up a working group. So I think for that to be part of that would be great. Commit to attending the follow-up next steps. Great, love it. Brilliant, and we would love you to attend that the next session as well. Let's have a look. Continue to reflect on the needs of the local trusts and organisation based on the work with Blackpool Teaching Hospitals, and that's exactly it. I mean, that's the Lancashire and South Cumbria are really, they're committed to their people digital vision. They've got loads of priorities. They've got loads of next steps that they are looking at to achieve. So absolutely, we need to continue. We don't want to be working in our glass kind of houses and not looking at what the local needs are. So it's kind of working with them and looking at what they're doing. And some of their best practices was just the PASA, which I think it's an amazing piece of a program that can really make a difference. Right. Love to continue to support this fascinating challenge. Yes. Which we hope we can kind of deliver something, whether it is service design, technical, digital front door, standards. So, Dave, I think I've been through them. Is there anything that you wanted to pick up on them that I've kind of missed that you think is a kind of key? But all of them are great. Thank you so much for inputting these. We will take them away, and this gives us a lot, because what we wanted today was to kind of take away elements that can form a hack and what that hack could look like. And this is exactly what we've got from today. So thank you all for your contributions.
Yeah, the only thing I would probably just give a shout out to Nathan, who's cut through the lots of different ideas of what we call the next thing. I think we just call it the Nextathon, whatever that may be.
Great.
Right, so that's it. I think there's just one or two closing slides, Rebecca, if you want to pop the slides back up, and then still with you, Yasmin, then we're nearly done.
Brilliant, thank you. So I'm just waiting for that last slide to come up. So the next one, Rebecca, if that's okay. Brilliant. So I just wanted to reiterate what Marcus said earlier, where the program is. We are still very much in discovery phase at the moment, and this will it runs till the end of January. Really, we did put in phase 3 alpha testing, and that was kind of very early doors, where we thought, we were given a program called the staff app, so we kind of solutionized a little bit, but the next phase, so when our discovery phase comes to an end and we have our contributions to our hack to today's session, we will look at what that next phase will look like. Is it an alpha testing phase? Is it a kind of service design phase? Is it a framework phase? So that's kind of open at the moment. So that's where we are, just to kind of remind of where we are at the moment. And what we're going to do today, we're going to take stock of everything that we've learned today, because we have learned a lot today as well, and we will inform you of, and we'll keep you updated and engaged throughout. We are looking to set up a community of practice as well, so if we look out for that as well. So hopefully please do join that. The next hackathon will be in October, so I think further dates will be released, or we'll confirm that by next week. And we are also looking at setting up a partnerships group as well. So if you are interested in being part of that, please do let us know. We will invite everyone on this call today, and those of us can tell us if you want to be part of that. If you've got any queries, please do drop us a line at englandstaffapp@nhs.net. And lastly, I just want to say thank you so much for everyone that's contributed today to our first Learnathon event. I know we've done a lot of talking, and you've patiently listened to everything that we've kind of said, and there is a lot of information there to share and to absorb as well. So we do appreciate that, but the whole point of the Learnathon is we can share with you where we are, so we can kind of then inform our discovery phase for that. Dave, did you want to say anything on the Miro board? Is it going to be locked down now? And then just closed off a while until we gather everything that's in there?
Yeah, what I might suggest, again, obviously, because there's been, as you've just said, there's been loads and loads of information. We'll probably leave it open, like literally just for like another 10-20 minutes. If there's anyone who would like to continue, maybe just putting a few final thoughts in. Even if we close the Miro board, please do reach out through other media to give us any feedback that you've got. Hopefully there will be at least several, or at least there will be a way that you feel you can reach out to the program team and engage. We thought on balance what we'll probably do is re-protect it, obviously because there's a lot of information in there now, and a lot that you've all been very, very candid and happy to share. So just in your own interests, we'd probably like to just protect that and make sure that no other people can go and see it. Again, happy to have conversations if people would like to get cuts of it or access to certain things that we've discussed in future. I would imagine it'll be available next time we speak anyway, but hopefully that is on balance the best way to handle all the information that's in there now. But that's all from me.
Thanks, Dave. We know it has been a long day, so we will end it there. But thank you for your contributions, and we will just watch out for the dates for the hackathon, and we will share them with this group as well. I think we've got everyone's details, so we can share them. So thank you, and enjoy the rest of the day. And we really hope to see you at the next hackathon.
Okay. Many thanks all.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.